Zach, can you hear me okay? This is Chair Ontiveros.
Again, you sound good.
Okay, question, are you going to be leading the study session or is Jess going to be doing that?
Jess should be leading it.
Okay, then we'll give a few minutes for him to get here.
Fair enough. If needed, I can try to facilitate.
Okay, my clock shows 3:59. So it's getting real close to the 4 o'clock hour to start time. So could you start it if need be?
I could, yeah. Here comes Bob.
Oh, do you see him coming in?
And
Okay,
Jess is in the waiting room, so I'm letting him in.
okay. It is 4 o'clock, so we're ready to go. So if you see him, have him jump on. Oh, there he is. Okay. Okay. Mr. McNeely, can you hear me? This is Chair Ontiveros.
Yes, good evening, Chair Ontiveros, Jess
Okay.
McNeely with Community Development Staff.
Hey, good evening. Hey, it's 4 o'clock, so why don't you go ahead and start the study session?
Absolutely, thank you, Chair Ontiveros, and commission members of the public who happen to be joining us for this study session. I would direct you to the staff present and the Planning and Zoning Commissioners to the study session agenda for today, October 26th. We have several public hearing items, Madam Chair. And the first one we will start with that is on your agenda, case number 1, is CUP 2283. Bob Short is managing this case for us. And it is a conditional use permit for forest product processing, primarily a sawmill on 9.76 acres in the Red Lake area. And I see Bob is already sharing his screen. So go ahead, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the commission, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This case is Board and Beams Forest Products Processing, as Jess said. And it is a request for a forest products processing for a sawmill and a firewood splitter. And this is a vicinity map, vicinity map showing the subject property. It's in Red Lake. You look at this where it says CG 10,000, that's where the store is. This is where the actual Red Lake is right here. So it's really close to that area. And this is the subject property that you've seen before, of course. And I apologize that this thing's come up a few times, but we definitely will be moving it to a hearing next month on November 30th. This is the subject property. The applicant owns a building over here. And then on this side, this is where the forest processing is taking place. The building is for personal uses, so he isn't using it for this particular project. And this is the site plan, again, showing the building over here. This is where he has a saw, kind of a large saw, and it's like 30 feet from the property line. And this is where he has the wood splitter. And so staff visited the site. We didn't post it this time because we wanted to work out some issues with the applicant. Basically, we're looking to get a proposal from him, and we haven't gotten that yet, for how he would mitigate the noise. And I've asked him for that recently to get us a proposal so we can move forward with this case. Anyway, we visited the site, took some readings, and the noise level was lower than we expected at the property line. He's showing 30 feet, about 30 feet from the saw. The noise level was 78 decibels, which is still pretty high and well above, the range that we're looking at the property line. I took a, careful look at his citizen participation report, and he had 4 people attend the meeting, and it appeared that all of them were complaining about the noise. He wasn't really clear, who was there, who complained, and who supported it, but it appeared that those 4 neighbors, all on these large 10-acre parcels, were not happy with the noise. So the zoning ordinance requires a noise level of 50 decibels in most places, or, we've done that for campgrounds. It's included in temporary use permits. It's included for some animal keeping operations. It's included in several places. And staff feels like it's appropriate here as well. Especially if you have this kind of noise going. I mean, we noted that he's constantly running the saw and cutting these logs for a long period of time, it appears, like pretty much all day. So that's kind of an intrusive noise if you happen to live nearby. So staff is recommending a 50 decibel rating at the property line. And we really can't think of anything that would do that would create that type of noise level, a lower noise level, unless those items are placed inside of a building. So we think it's very important that he does that. And I wanted to show the commission, give you a little bit of an idea about what different noises are like. So if you look at a 50 dB, that's a refrigerator, pretty quiet noise. 60 dB is moderate to quiet. That would be conversational speech at the property line. That's kind of tough That's a tough one because, you know, some conversations are really quiet and some are a lot louder, but that's basically the way it's looked at, 60 to 65. A loud noise would be like a car, and a very loud noise would be like a truck. So this was running about 78, which is close to 80. So it's a pretty loud noise and it's a constant noise. So it's definitely something that needs to be mitigated. I also did want to bring up that the neighbors were also complaining about the log trucks that come and drop off the logs. I don't think that happens very often. It was kind of unclear from the applicant's narrative how often that happened. But it wasn't a constant noise. They would come, they'd drop off the logs, they'd leave. So that's not as much of an issue for, I think, for this particular case. Anyway, with that, I'll open it up to questions from the commission. Does the commission have any questions on this?
Bob, I don't have a question, but something that I can perhaps help clarify with the rest of the commission. Everyone needs to realize that I went out there the last time you and Kelly were out there. My sound level measuring was not successful because of a corrupted file that resulted in the eradication of the data when I went to download it. But Kelly's cell phone data was in agreement with all of the observed data that I saw while I was watching my sound level meter during the running of both the log splitter and the sawmill. The other thing is I'm going to have to send you a little bit of a corrected estimate for the log splitter because I did not use the correct distance from the south property line. Nevertheless, the levels are going to be well in excess of the 50 dBA limit. And another little clarification on that is that the peak sound levels, as were mentioned during the staff session before this, I believe that we had readings on the order of 84 when Kelly was taking data that agreed with some of the observed data I had. So that kind of clarifies a little bit of what you were going over and what some others on the commission might want to hear. So other than that, that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Best?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about the easements that are used to access this property and whether or not it is legally okay for commercial traffic to be on these easements. And I know I've raised this question before, but I don't think we have a very good answer for it, or I don't have a very good answer for it. So I would just bring it up, and probably not something we can solve right this minute, but it's a reasonable question that someone who has what's generally a residential property gives an easement for a road, and suddenly there are commercial trucks on it. Who's maintaining it, and who has the right to be on that road? So that's my question. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. Yes, that is something we'll need to look at. In general, if you look at easements, and we will have to request that, and I apologize, we haven't done that at this point, but if you look at easements in general, basically, under normal circumstances, they'll indicate that it's an access easement. It's for ingress and egress. And it won't really say whether it's only for residential use or it's for commercial use as well. So that's not, it's not clarified, but that certainly is a good point. As you can see from this picture, there are two accesses straight up, and I'll go back to the other slide in a minute, but you can see that they're covered as cinders. These are pretty good roads. So you can go up from either side. In fact, we came up from this side to begin with, and then rather than go through, we kind of went back out and came back up this side to where the actual equipment was. And Let me go back a little bit here. If I could pull up, and I won't do that right now, but there's a main road, and I forget which one it is, Hochter Road possibly, or SB Road went through here like this. And then there were two accesses that went straight up. They were very good roads. So they're right off of this main road right here. So I imagine he has access easements to the property. What the language in those is, we can see if we can pull those up and look at them. But he does seem to have, good access to the property.
I do remember a case some years ago where there was a proposed day camp, I think, off of 17, a little south of town, and we denied it because traffic would have gone from access to a couple of houses with access easements, and suddenly there would have been 50 cars twice a day dropping off and picking up the kids. And we just felt that the dust and noise was unreasonable. We denied the case partially on the basis of that. So there is some precedent in our deliberations. I don't know what the legal. It would be good to have a firm legal footing to be speaking on. Thank you.
Commissioner Best, I think in that case you're looking at impacts. So in this case, and certainly if there's something the easement language says no commercial use of this, this easement, these roadways, and that's something that we definitely would, commission definitely need to consider. In this case, the impacts from the roadway are basically the log trucks coming and going. And there were neighbors that, appeared to not be happy with that. So I think what we do is look at it as, look at the impact from those trucks, how significant, the commission would look at that, how significant is that? How much can that be limited? So in that case, in the narrative, if I remember correctly, it's like, well, it could come every other day, or it can come every, once every 2 weeks, or it was really difficult to decipher how often those trucks were coming to the site. But certainly there were some neighbors that, weren't happy with the trucks.
And was there any provision to maintain the road? Because the trucks are obviously going to have a much greater impact on the road.
There wasn't, but there certainly could be. That could be one of the conditions. The roads seem to be in really good condition, though. All of the roads around there,
Yeah.
Both of the roads, you can see this. This is a little far out, but both of the roads coming in and this main road going through here were both in pretty good condition. So it didn't look like that was a big issue at this point.
Mhm.
Someone was maintaining it. I'm not sure who.
Well, I'd certainly like to find an answer that makes everybody happy, because it's definitely anything that is using forest products is an important industry in this area. So, and also leads to some thinning. So I certainly would be enthusiastic to see it fly, but I think there are a lot of issues here.
Yeah, definitely important. He's making some really he makes these large beams. So those are really something useful for building. And he also makes these, boards, really thick, rough cut boards used in a lot of applications. So that's really a good use of ponderosa pine, of course. Thank you, Commissioner Best. We'll take a look at that.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Ruggles?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment about the road. Buck Mountain Road that comes in from 64 is not a county road. I checked the county road inventory from Public Works. However, that being said, it's probably as well maintained as just about any gravel road in the county. Now, the easement is a little bit different. It is well maintained, however, as Bob pointed out. So I'd just like to get that in as kind of a clarification on who owns what in terms of the roads.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Mr. Short, quick question. Have you shared with the applicant the fact that staff does not see any other way to mitigate the noise except to put the equipment in a building?
Madam Chair, I have, I did verbally quite a while ago and possibly through email, and then I did recently again. I indicated he needs a proposal for how he would mitigate the noise impacts. I mean, there might, I can't see this, but there might be a way that he could just put something in the middle of the property. And by the time it got to the edge of the property, it would be at 50 decibels, but I don't think that's really possible. So he would have to provide some kind of, proof, documentation from experts that what his proposal is, is something that would mitigate the noise and bring it down to that 50 decibel level.
Okay. When you suggested the building, did he have any comments on that?
He hasn't had any comments on that. And, like I was saying before, and I wish I had that. I had a video actually that showed it operating, but I couldn't get it to download correctly from my phone. But he has like poles in the ground around the saw that's operating there. And he makes boards and beams. So, he could build a building possibly that would mitigate the noise. It's possibly could do that, or he could also use the building he already has on the site and place those in there. I'm not, I just haven't gotten anything from him on this particular issue.
Okay, because I can see if it comes to the commission next month that this is where we're going to land, which is, what is your suggestion? And if the only one we have is a building, that's going to, in order to reduce the noise, it's going to have to be that. And I'm just wondering if if the applicant truly understands that. So I get you've talked to him. We'll see what he gives back to you as far as proposals, and we'll see where we go.
I mean, I'm sure that's the reason this has come back a couple of times, is because I don't know if the applicant has understood, the decibel ratings were a lot lower than we expected. I think all of us that went out there, Commissioner Ruggles and Kelly Bingham and I, all expect them to be a little bit louder, more like 100 at the property line, but still 80 is really too loud. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Short. Commissioner Ruggles?
Yeah, real quick. I did some estimated sound levels for Mr. Short with the both the sawmill and the wood splitter located in the center of the property. And even with that, it will be extremely difficult to get 50 dBA at property lines because even the average sound levels would in some cases exceed that, and the peak sound levels, there's just no way that locating the equipment in the center of the property will alleviate the highest sound levels exceeding 50 dBA at the property level. So in a nutshell, that's it. And if I get my new sound level meter, I'll be happy to go out with Bob when he goes out there again. So.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. That's helpful information. All right, Mr. Short, I am not seeing any other hands raised or unmutes. So Mr. McGeely, would you like to go to the next one, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Ferris. The next case, ZC 2213, is a zone change request from G, the general 10-acre minimum zone, to RR5. That would be rural residential 5-acre minimum parcel size. This is on 6 separate parcels. Altogether, they are 59.8 acres, so almost 60 acres. This is a cooperation between 5 separate property owners going in on a zone change together, effectively changing a small area, an area of 60 acres. So Bob is managing this one as well. He already has his screen shared. So Bob, why don't you go ahead and give the commission a rundown on this case?
Okay, thank you, Jess. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This case is we call it the Munoz zone change. And like Jess said, it's a request to change zoning on 6 parcels from general zone 10-acre minimum parcel size to the rural residential 5-acre minimum parcel size. And this shows the subject properties. This is the parks area right here. I think I'm a little bit away from the commercial area, which is down the interstate a little further. And it's these 6 acres that are fairly isolated. The highway goes by here. Of course, the railroad is down here. There's one larger G zone property right here. And then you see Kaibab Park subdivision. It's in the AR zone, 1-acre minimum parcel size. And just a little bit closer, not a lot closer. I still wanted to show some context here. And I believe this is Spit Springs Road that comes down through here. This is a cross on the interstate. This is a crossover, and I believe. And then there are these roads that come down. This is a forest road that goes through. Provides access to this parcel. There's another forest road that comes this way, and he's showing it to go into here as well. So you can see he's showing it as a forest road. I know it's an access easement. It ends on his property right there. This is the Munoz property. And we have, I believe, 2 properties that belong to one other owner, and then these 3 belong to different owners. And basically, as Jess said, well, I don't know if Jess said this, but the applicant came in for a pre-application meeting, and he said he'd like to change the zoning on his property. And we indicated to him that that would be a spot zone, but it'd be much more of a viable zone change if he asked that other property owners, came in with him, and that's what he did. And this is interesting because it rarely happens. Typically you can't get other property owners to cooperate such a thing. So he got this whole area to come in and request a zone change. Now, the good thing about this is it's this area, this particular section is specifically cited in the parks area plan as appropriate for 5-acre parcels, for zone changes that result in 5-acre parcels. So they picked the right area for it. In this case, they don't have a development plan. Mr. Munoz himself actually did do a survey to show how he could divide the property into 2 5-acre parcels. We didn't think that was necessary in this case because they're all basically dividing their properties into 2 5-acre parcels. And that's relatively simple. They have access to their parcels. When they divide them, they would, of course, need to provide access to the new parcels that are created. And that's part of the land division process, is that you do have to show you have legal access and document that on your survey. So with that, does the commission have any questions?
All right, Mr. Short, I am not seeing any. So, Mr. McNeely, let's go ahead and move to case number 3.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. Case number 3, CUP 22-108. That was a CUP for a campground on 40 acres. That case has been withdrawn. So item 3 on your study session, CUP 22-108, will not be on the public hearing agenda. It was fully withdrawn, so we don't anticipate this one coming back. Any questions on that, Madam Chair, or any of the commissioners?
No, I don't see any questions from the other commissioners. Just out of curiosity, did the applicant state a reason for the withdrawal?
Bob, feel free to chime in, but I believe when they did their due diligence on what the county requirements would be to develop this site, they saw the expense of improving the road to the county standard to support emergency services vehicles as being more expensive than they saw as penciling out for this proposed project. Bob, did you have anything else on why this applicant withdrew?
No, that's pretty much it. We have had that issue lately where it was actually a campground that got approved and decided to move their site because of the cost of improving a road. They're required to improve a road to support public safety vehicles at 42,000 pounds, and that can get kind of expensive, especially if you're miles down a road. So that was it.
Okay, all right. And again, it was just a curiosity issue. So
Sure.
it's obviously a cost prohibitive situation. All right, Mr. McNeely, please continue.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the commissioners, I would refer you back to your study session agenda. You'll see that we have 2 CUPs in here that are eligible for administrative renewal. We are not seeing any issues with either of these CUPs at this point in time, so we would anticipate that they would be administratively renewed. That would be CUP 22-102, a manufactured home park on Buras Lane in the Donny Park area, and CUP 2280, a conditional use permit for a cell tower on West Route 66 in Belmont. So any questions from any of the commissioners on those 2 administrative renewals?
Okay, Mr. McNeely, I'm not seeing any. If there haven't been complaints and they're in compliance, they're certainly eligible. So
Absolutely.
let's bump to Community Development Department update.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So the first item on here, item 1, we wanted to let you know that the county, the larger county organization beyond our department, is still looking to improve our facilities and our technology to be able to hold hybrid meetings. That is still in the works. We do anticipate that at some point here in the future, I wish we could give a date, but we can't at this point. At some point in the future, we would be able to have meetings back in the board chambers like we used to, but have it be a hybrid meeting where between staff, commissioners, public applicants, they could be attended in person or they could be attended virtually. Any questions on that item? Okay.
Not seeing any. Yeah, just keep bumping forward unless you see a hand raised or an unmute. Yeah, just go ahead and move through Community Development update.
Absolutely. So, Madam Chair, second item on department update, item 2. This is a standing item that we leave on your agenda. It's to remind everyone that the county is a partner in the Route 66 Brownfields EPA grant. Melissa Shaw is working with other county and regional partners on that grant. We like having it on here because occasionally, by this being open to the public, people find out about this grant, about being able to look into grant assistance for brownfields cleanup of private property. We like leaving it on here. So if anyone has questions, they can always contact Melissa Shaw. Any of the commissioners? Yes, Melissa.
Yeah, if I could just add something to that. So just to let the commission know that facilities management is working on a grant application to the EPA to acquire cleanup funds for the Old County Jail site. And there's going to be an open house on that on November 10th. And it will be at 5:30. I will send everybody the announcement. It will be in person. There will also be a virtual open house leading up to that, the 3 days leading up to that, to solicit comments on the draft grant application before it's submitted. So that's just something to be aware of. And if you're interested, you'll be able to go in and make comments on the actual draft application before it is turned into the EPA. So that would provide funds for cleanup of the hazardous materials that were found in the Old County Jail.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank-
Shaw.
Thanks, Melissa. So, Madam Chair, the next item, item 3, also a standing item on your agenda in the recent past, that our staff continues to work with the City of Flagstaff staff on the Flag Regional Plan update. We've been having neighborhood meetings for this regional plan update. The next one scheduled is November 14th at 6 p.m. at the Fort Valley Lodge. So that meeting is being held in the unincorporated county in the Fort Valley neighborhood. That would be the building on Snowball's big parking lot property essentially on the north side of Highway 180 in the Fort Valley area. So several of us from county staff will be at that meeting, and we would certainly encourage and invite any commissioners or the public to join that meeting as well and be able to contribute and give input on the regional plan. The last item, Madam Chair, on the department update, item 4, staff is preparing a comprehensive plan implementation report that is scheduled to go to the Board of Supervisors on December 6th. We anticipate giving you an update on that report at your November 30th regular hearing, so next month's regular hearing. Following the comprehensive plan implementation report to the board and to the Planning and Zoning Commission, starting in January, staff will be working to begin a 2-year update process of the county's comprehensive plan in order to have that comprehensive plan update complete by 2025 when we hit 10 years of the last update. So any questions or comments? I see that Commissioner
Yep.
Best has his hand up. So Commissioner Best?
Yeah, will you put in the packet where you are with the implementation plan? So we can review it before we just get a short report?
Commissioner Best, I can answer that. I will try. We are, we'll be scrambling to put that together, and but yes, we will definitely try to get you at least a draft.
I will take Ms. Shaw, I will try any day of the week. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
If that's the last thing, let's see. Yeah.
We've got the Board of Supervisors update next. Okay, Mr. McNeely, would you please go ahead and go to the Board of Supervisors update?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. On Board of Supervisors update, want to let you know that on October 11th, the Board of Supervisors had heard the public hearing for the Windmill Ranch zone change. That was ZC 2204, and the Board of Supervisors followed your recommendation and denied the zone change request. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on that. Not seeing any hands. I would let you know with the Board of Supervisors, the next 2 hearings that our staff, or next 2 meetings that our staff will engage the board on, include a December 6th comprehensive plan implementation report work session to the board. And then on December 13th, we would anticipate the public hearing for the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan update. And we will also have a zone change public hearing on December 13th, the under canvas zone change. So any questions? I'm not seeing any hands in regards to the Board of Supervisors update. So Madam Chair, that would bring us to Commission and Staff Roundtable. Now I see Commissioner Best hand.
Okay, just kind of Commissioner Best, let me just squeeze this kind of bookkeeping issue in here. I happen to notice that on tonight's hearing agenda, we don't have our usual approval of the minutes because we weren't able to approve the August 31st minutes at the September hearing because we didn't have the September hearing because we didn't have a quorum. And
Got it.
I think it'd be good to get those on the November 9th meeting. Or have I missed something?
I'm actually looking at your packet now,
Okay,
and I
it's not,
see.
it's not on my agenda.
In the packet are those minutes, but in the packet, yeah, we go straight from item 1, Pledge of Allegiance, to item 2, public hearings. So I believe you're
Right.
correct in that we do not have it in the agenda, even though we do
Yeah.
have those minutes in your packet. So
Yeah.
we can certainly ensure that we get those the approval of those minutes on your agenda for November 9th.
Okay, yeah, and that's, I think that'll be a good idea. And with that, Commissioner Best, go ahead.
Could you tell us any particulars about why supervisors denied Windmill Ranch?
And I'd be happy for any of the planners, particularly Bob, who managed that case, to chime in if they'd like. But generally, our staff report highlighted your findings, the Planning and Zoning Commission's inability to make the findings to approve a zone change, including that this location was viewed as an inholding surrounded by national forest, and that approval of the request could be detrimental to the neighborhood, the surrounding area. So those two stand out in my mind as how the how the supervisors followed your recommendation in not being able to make the findings. But Bob, I'd certainly invite you to chime in and let the commissioners know if there was anything else that the supervisors mentioned in not being able to make the findings.
No, I think that's definitely it. I do remember that at least 2 of the board members, Supervisor Horstman and Supervisor Ryan, both did mention other things. They did have, quite a bit to say about it. I don't remember specifically what else, but they definitely did cite the inholdings and the commission's objection to it, or their findings, the findings that you were not able to make.
And the minutes would be on the county website, right?
Absolutely. As would we do have video recordings of these hearings as well. So you should be able, that should be posted now to the county's website. So you should be able to access and essentially watch and listen to the board hearing as well.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Ruggles?
Yes, in answer to Commissioner Best's question about the minutes, actually, the YouTube video of that meeting, which I sat down and watched because I wanted to see how the supervisors evaluated everything that we sent them in terms of a recommendation, is very worthwhile. It is far better than reading the minutes. I would suggest to Commissioner Best that he pull that up on the computer and watch it. I would have to say that Supervisor Horstman just did an absolutely terrific point-by-point layout of everything that we sent, all of our objections, and her opinion. She basically didn't leave a whole lot for the rest of the Board of Supervisors to say. So that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Mr. McNeely, something else that we're going to have on the November 9th agenda is, sadly, this commission needs to vote for a vice chair after we lost Vice Chair Walters. So we're going to need to get that on there as well. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of take the lead on this, but I definitely want to hear the other commissioners' thoughts. I don't see Commissioner Williams on the list of participants, and I sure do wish that she was here. But as chair, I have given I have given this a lot of thought, knowing that this is something that we will need to do. And I believe we need to do it sooner rather than later, because interestingly enough, if there was a vice chair, I would not be at this meeting tonight. I've been kind of just fighting a cold. And on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm about a 6.5 at the best. So all it's going to take is just one thing to happen, because we have 6 appointed commissioners now, and we have absolutely no wiggle room. So with that, I have given this a lot of thought, and I'm going to put a name out there, and I would like the other commissioners' input on this. And I have thought that kind of the job description, if you will, for being a chair or vice chair. It's good to have administrative skills. It's also good to be able to keep the ball rolling, being able to keep track of things and keep it going, and just kind of having that ability to jump in and interrupt or stop. I mean, it just comes with the job. And one of the commissioners that I feel would be very qualified for this job, based on my observation, would be Commissioner Burton. And I would just put this out there to the other commissioners. Usually we used to do this at the table before we go into the chambers, remember? And we can't do that anymore. So this is the venue that we're going to have to figure this out in. So I am going to mute, and I would like the other commissioners to please unmute and give their thoughts on this. Okay, Commissioner Ruggles, and then why don't you go first, Commissioner Best? You're next, Commissioner Clifford third. So why don't we go in that order, and I'm going to go ahead and mute now.
Okay. I would have to agree with your assessment. That says it all right there.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Best, honest thoughts.
I think that's fine. I would ask the other commissioners, is there anyone else who would like to run for the position? We have had competitions, shall we say, races over the years. We have, multiple people have run for the position before. So if anybody wants the position and would like to run for it, by all means, speak up. Now's the time.
Yes, and I definitely, excellent point, Commissioner Best. Thank you for that. So Commissioner Clifford, you were going to go next.
I think that is a great option for our vice chair. She's knowledgeable. She does keep things in order, and I think it would be a very good choice.
Okay, Commissioner Williams, I see that you're on with us now, and I'm so glad that you are. I'm not sure where you joined, but what we're doing is we're talking about on the next agenda, we're going to have to elect a vice chair. And I have given this, and I want all of the commissioners to know that I have given this a lot of thought. And so Commissioner Williams, I put out Commissioner Burton's name as kind of like, I nominate her. But I also think Commissioner Best's suggestion that if there is anybody that is interested in filling this position, make it known now so we can have a good, honest discussion on this. And what are your thoughts, Commissioner Williams?
My thoughts are, one, I am not interested in running for this position. And number two, I think Commissioner Burton would be a great choice.
Thank you so much for that input, Commissioner Best.
Well, I've already spoken. I think, first of all, I assume that you have spoken to Commissioner Burton.
You know, I did call her after giving this a lot of thought because I did not want to
Yeah, of course.
surprise her with it. And I shared with her my reason for feeling that for feeling that me nominating her, I laid it out there. And you know, I could let Commissioner Burton speak for herself, but I'll go ahead and do this. She did agree to step in and do the service, and otherwise I would have moved on. And Commissioner Burton, why don't you go ahead and just share a couple of thoughts, maybe from, you know, a couple that we had discussed, because when I had talked to her about this, she said, yeah, there is a need there. And, you know, I'm willing to step in and do it. There's a need. So Commissioner Burton, do you have anything that you would like to say? If so, please go ahead.
I would say that when Tammy called me, I honestly wasn't entirely surprised because I knew this would be something that she would be thinking about. I was somewhat surprised that she wanted it to be me, but I was glad she called and I was glad we were able to chat about it. And like I told her, it's not so much a want as I believe it is a need, because it is something that we need to decide. I would say that if other people had thrown their hat in the ring, I told her, I said I wouldn't be offended if someone else wanted to do it either. So it was something that I felt needed to be done, and I agreed with her points on it. I do have a managerial position, so I do understand that side of it. And you know, I work with people every day, and I manage people every day. So I understood where she was coming from that point. So, and I feel like I've been a part of the commission long enough now that it didn't feel like something that I was going to overwhelm me. So I agreed that I would probably be a good choice, but I also said that I would not be offended had another person stepped up or wanted to throw their hat in the ring. So I do appreciate for sure all of the support from my fellow commissioners. And I completely agree with Sot. If there was another person who wanted to throw their hat in the ring, then we could definitely have a chat about it. So I think that's about it from me.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Burton. And what I would like to do, because Sot had an excellent point, what I would like to do is to ask, Mary has already stated that she is not interested in being in this position, but I would like now to open it. And if there is anyone, any of the other commissioners that are interested in this, would you please raise your hand now? And let's be honest with one another here. So, okay, I am not seeing any. So I believe that this looks like the direction we will be going in. So Mr. McNeely, would you please add election of vice chair to the November 9th meeting as well?
Absolutely, Madam Chair, already done.
Okay. All right. Now, I don't have anything else for Commission Roundtable. Does anybody else? Okay. And
Madam Chair, absent any of the commissioners, I would like to defer to them, but I have a few other things that I would like to bring up
yes,
between staff and the commissioners and the commission roundtable.
yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's just a good opportunity for a couple of reminders. And as you've pointed out, Madam Chair, now that we're down to 6 members right now, having everyone has to show up in order to have quorum, in order to make a decision. So obviously want to remind people of that. Your makeup hearing for September will be November 9th. As you all know, as we've discussed, and a reminder, as we've discussed, there's no need for a study session at your November 9th makeup hearing. So that public hearing will start at 4:30 p.m. and you'll be getting your agendas on that, and your agenda will include an item to vote on a vice chair. The other thing I would bring up is that following November 9th, your next regularly scheduled hearing will be right around the corner on November 30th. So many Novembers in past years, the way the calendar worked out with the Thanksgiving holiday, we were not able to squeeze in the last Wednesday of the month P&Z Commission hearing for a regularly scheduled monthly P&Z Commission hearing. And often in the past, that hearing has bumped to the first week in December. Well, this year we are able to fit it in. So just wanting to remind everyone so they can put on their calendar that November 30th will be your regularly scheduled monthly P&Z hearing.
You know what, Mr. McNeely, let me interrupt here just real briefly. Because generally we have not had one in November, I think it might be a good idea to have any commissioner who, you know, based on previous years, our history, had not planned or made plans. I'd like to ask if any of the commissioners at this time are unable to attend the November 30th meeting. If so, please raise your hand. You don't have to give us a reason, but you just got to let us know. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so it does look like November 30th is a go, Mr. McNeely. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a big relief. The next related item that we would like to bring up to you, since we have the time, we're fortunate this evening with your study session light agenda. The next item we wanted to bring up is that new district boundaries have been created, and there is a new district map, as in the Board of Supervisor districts. That map becomes effective January 1st. In the case of two of the commissioners, they're listed place of residence with us to make them eligible for serving in the district they have been serving in. Two of the commissioners will change districts. Fortunately, in both of those commissioners' cases, there would be an open seat in the district they are moving to. One of the other benefits of this supervisor redistricting is one of the districts that has always been difficult to fill because of its remoteness. It is coming in closer to the Flagstaff area and will actually reach into the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area. And we have already done some outreach to recruit potential members, and we've been talking to the supervisors about new potential appointees. So we wanted to make the commissioners aware of the map change on January 1st. I know some of you have looked detailed into this issue, and Madam Chair, appreciated the conversation that you and I were able to have on it. We have a spreadsheet. Actually, Ms. Shaw from our staff created a spreadsheet that showed where the two commissioners who are moving districts, where they move from, where they move to, and points out that there's open seats in the districts they are moving to. And that same spreadsheet shows where we have vacancies in which districts. And of course, we have access to the link to the GIS map as well. So if the commissioners would like, we could send all that information out, and we would certainly like your partnership in community here in actively recruiting, both speaking with the supervisors about who they would wish to appoint. Likewise, talking with people that we all know in the community that would do a good job of serving our community in this capacity. So any questions, Madam Chair, from you or any of the commissioners on that topic?
No, I do not have any. And I am not seeing any hands raised. So I'm gonna say no questions.
Okay.
I would love to see that information.
Okay, Commissioner Best, we can get that out to you. And when we send it out, we'll certainly let you know as well that if you'd like to have a quick chat, either myself or Melissa Shaw, who put the information together, could easily talk to you about it and explain the map and explain the spreadsheet that she put together. So we will get out.
Are there multiple maps that show kind of big picture and then Flagstaff, greater metropolitan area? Because that's always been confusing to me.
Sure. We only have one map of the entire, it's actually created by our in-house GIS for the county. That shows the entire district, so the entire 18,000 square miles boundaries of the county. But it's within our parcel viewer system to where you can zoom in. So
That's
you could
perfect,
zoom
yeah.
in down to street by street for some of us.
All right. I'll be
let's
looking
see.
for my house. Thanks.
Pardon?
I'll be looking for my house. Thank you.
Absolutely. We will get that to you. With that, Madam Chair, if there's no other questions on any of that, since we have a little bit of time prior to the start of your public hearing, we did want to offer, if you looked at your public hearing agenda, the potential of moving some things around. We don't anticipate public comment or a lot of discussion on the last two items on your agenda, CUPs 85 and 98. Those are both conditional use permit for an RV as a permanent residence. Those are items 4 and 5 on your agenda. We do anticipate discussion on item 3, SUB 2237. That's a preliminary plat amendment for Ranch at the Peaks. So we were going to see if you, Madam Chair, or the Commission would be open to moving items 4 and 5 in front of item 3, if that could help serve some of our community attending the meeting this evening.
Okay, so Mr. McNeely, just to make sure I understand, you just want to move it in front of 3. You don't want to move it all the way up to items number 1 and 2.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, and there's a reason for that. We do have guests attending, particularly for item 1.
Gotcha.
So moving them in front of item 2, I think that could make some sense as well, in that we don't anticipate a lot of discussion on item 2, but there might be more discussion. It's a bigger project, obviously, item 2 than items 4 and 5. But in the case of item 1, we do have guests from the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan Committee who have planned to join us. So we would like to keep them as item 1 as that has been planned with them.
Okay. You know what we're going to do is we're going to go with your initial thought, and we will keep agenda item number 1 in place. We will keep agenda item number 2 in place. We will move agenda item number 4 to be number 3. We will move agenda item number 5 to be number 4. And then we will move agenda item number 3 to be number 5. And I've got that marked on here, so I'll call them out. That was what your initial suggestion was, right?
Absolutely. That
Okay.
is our suggestion. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and let's see. It's been a while since I've moved items on the agenda. So if memory serves me correctly, before the public hearing, like right after the Pledge of Allegiance, before the public hearings, that's where I'm going to go ahead and move these around before I even open the public hearing portion of it.
Absolutely. That's
All right.
I believe that is how we have done that in the past.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Very good. Well, we will do that. Okay.
Okay.
What else do you have, Mr. McNeely?
Madam Chair, we have covered all of the items I jotted down as wanting to discuss in the commission and staff roundtable, but we still have we have other staff with us even, and we do have commissioners with us. So I'd certainly be open to making one last call to see if any other commissioners or staff had anything they would like to discuss at this time.
Yes, absolutely. And with that,
Can you come to my game at Bishop,
okay, with
please?
that,
Please.
with that, I'm not seeing any commissioners or staff's hands raised. So I think we've got a 30-minute break here.
All right. Sounds like a great idea.
Okay, so I'm just gonna stay, Marty likes us just to stay signed on. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute and go take care of my dog, and we will start promptly at 5:30.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will do the same.
Mr. McNeely, this is Chair Aunt Taveras. We're about a minute away from starting. Are you ready on your end?
Madam Chair, yes, we are ready. Staff is certainly ready to hold the public hearing. Thank you.
All right, all right. All right, my clock shows 5:30, so I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. I'm going to start with the meeting rules and procedures. Welcome to the October 26th, 2022 meeting of the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission. Cases will be heard in the order they appear on the agenda. Following the staff presentation, the applicant and/or the applicant's representative may address the commission. As an applicant, if you agree with the staff report and have no additional information, please feel free to keep your comments brief. Any relevant comments are welcome. Following the applicant's presentation, I will make a call to the public. If you wish to address this case, please state your name and address. We ask that your comments be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments must be relevant to the case. Please address all comments to the commission. No matter how strongly you may feel about the case, all comments must be polite and courteous. After all interested public have spoken, the public comment portion will be closed. Discussion will then take place amongst commissioners. Decisions of this commission regarding any zone change or preliminary subdivision plat approval are referred to the Board of Supervisors as a recommendation. All other case decisions are binding unless appealed to the Board of Supervisors. If you disagree with the commission's decision, you have 15 days to appeal. Please contact staff at the Community Development Office for appeal procedures. Due to the virtual nature of this meeting, I will be doing a roll call vote of the commissioners to ensure accuracy for the record. At this time, I would like to ask everyone to please mute your speakers and turn off your camera. And with that, thank you all for joining us this evening and actively participating in our county planning. The first item on the agenda tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. McNeely, can you please lead us?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. If you all would please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Let me get sat back down here. I actually stand and face the flag, not kidding, when we do the Pledge of Allegiance. So I am sat back down. And the next item is our public hearing agenda. Our bylaws for the commission allow the chair to move agenda items around. So what I'm going to do is items number 1 and 2 will stay in place, and I'm going to bump items number 4 and 5 ahead of number 3. So agenda item number 3 will then become our final agenda item this evening. With that, the first item on the public hearing is case number AM 22-004.
Thank you, Chair
So-
Ontiveros.
Yeah, please go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
This is
And I
Melissa
would just
Shaw.
like to ask, before you begin, I'm going to do a reminder for everyone to turn off cameras and mute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros and Commissioners. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, thank you for joining us tonight. And Chair Ontiveros and Commissioners, I am here to introduce to you Planning and Zoning Case AM 22-004, the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan Update as a Comprehensive Plan Major Amendment. This is a major amendment to the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan for a complete update to the current 2001 Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan. The applicant is Coconino County Community Development Department, and the location is Donny Park Timberline Fernwood, which is approximately 43,000 acres in size or 67 square miles. And here is a map showing the extent of the planning area, and you can see that it reaches north quite a bit up to the, can you see my cursor? I don't think my cursor is appearing.
Yeah, I actually,
Okay.
I can. Okay.
Yep, we see
Okay,
it.
thank you. So it reaches quite a bit north up on Highway 89 and then out to the east in this direction. And then it actually borders the city of Flagstaff to some degree along this side right here and down to the west and to the south. So this update features several key components, and one of the main features is that the plan contains a new vision statement. They've gone through and identified new issues. The plan has been reorganized with new chapters and information and updated in new maps. The design review overlay district has also been updated. New to this update is an implementation plan. And there are quite a few new maps, including a multimodal trail and transit map, and then to complement that, a multimodal trail and emergency management project concepts. And those are just ideas for future projects that could be implemented later based on further study. The complete community survey is included in this, as well as a rural asset map and the results of those. And so I wanted to talk a bit about the planning process and public engagement. This process began in January of 2020. It has been very much directed and managed by an 11-member committee. And I do want to just go ahead and read names. I don't see now everyone who's joined us, but I believe that most of the committee members are with us tonight. I would just like to read the names of those committee members in alphabetic order. Liz Baldwin, Brian Bates, one of the co-chairs, David Browning, Bernice Carver, Sailor Cotto, Jim Clifford, one of our own planning commissioners, Monica Julian, John Ruggles, another planning commissioner, Evelyn Wani, Robert Wilson, the other co-chair, and then Dr. Harriet Young. So just like to recognize the Area Plan Committee, who has met over 30 times to get this work done. They have worked extremely hard and given this plan and the goals and policies within it a lot of thought. All of the meetings were open to the public. Initially, the meetings began in person and then had to transition several months later to virtual only. But all of the meetings were open to the public. We reached out to the community with several direct postcard mailers. The first one notifying each household about an online survey, and followed by notices regarding the open houses, and then also regarding the public hearings were mailed to each individual property owner as well as resident. The community survey generated an excellent response rate. About 23% of all households responded to that survey. We've had a dedicated webpage available with all of the agendas and updates available, as well as information, PowerPoints, recorded Zoom videos available on that webpage. Over time, we've built a mailing list of over 450 community residents who receive direct communication and agendas and Zoom links to all of the virtual meetings. We've held 2 in-person open houses at Cromer Elementary School. As I mentioned, there was the open house was also available. Both open houses were also available online as virtual open houses. And then there was an online story map that gave people that viewed it some additional background information about the planning area. As I mentioned, one of the new features is a new vision statement. This is modeled after the format of the comprehensive plans vision statement, and it has 4 parts to it. And these are just a summary of what the vision statement says. So I'll just read these quickly. For natural resources, open space in the environment, the community wishes to maintain and protect the natural environment, resources, and the open spaces that reflect rural lifestyle and values. For community character and values, the rich cultural and historic diversity, natural environment, open space, expansive vistas, dark skies, natural quiet, and rural lifestyle. The independent lifestyle is reflected in large lots, a variety of building styles, and finally, that's representative of the country living that the community values. Land use growth, development, and partnerships supports responsible land use and planned growth that maintains the rural lifestyle and character and respects the cultural and historic resources, supports community values and aesthetics, and considers the environment and long-term viability of natural habitat. And then finally, with transportation, transportation integrates and connects multimodal facilities for transit, pedestrian, bicycle, and equestrian users throughout. Transportation corridors are safe and accessible for wildlife, motorists, and all non-motorized users. So you can see with this 4-part vision statement that sets the stage for the elements, the chapters, and all the goals and policies that follow in the plan itself. I'm just going to talk briefly about the issues and the topics that the committee and the community identified throughout the course of the project. And those are further elaborated upon through the goals and policies and in the text of the document itself. And as you may have surmised from listening to the vision statement, is that the focus of the plan really is to maintain the rural lifestyle, existing large lots and low residential density that does characterize this planning area. The committee and the community talked a lot about specific criteria that should be used to evaluate rezoning requests, and those rezoning requests list a set of benefits to the community that they would want to see a rezoning bring to the community. One of the defining characteristics of the area plan is the extent of Forest Service land that surrounds the community as well as intermingles within most of the neighborhoods. So maintaining the adjacent and nearby Forest Service land as undeveloped public land is very important to this community. The community has 7 rural activity centers. Those have been identified and have been in the plan since before before the current plan was adopted. And this plan does maintain those in those existing locations, as well as it looks to maintain the existing amount of commercial and industrial zoned acreage. One of the issues that received a fair amount of discussion was transportation and access issues. As we know, throughout the county, there are often unsubdivided parcels that have been created through parcel splits that don't have proper access. So that's been an issue, and there are a number of policies and suggestions for how property owners can better achieve and maybe even correct some of those access issues so that there aren't problems getting across private road easements. And another big effort that the committee made was to take multiple data sources and create a new multimodal trails and transit map. And that is something that I'll show you in a second, but that combines sources from the Flagstaff Trails Initiative, from the existing multimodal plan, as well as others. Pardon me, a dog's barking in the background. And created this new map that provides a lot of information for the entire community. Public services and public safety became a big topic of conversation, particularly as we and the community this past summer experienced wildfires and flooding issues. So that is something that this area plan addresses as much as possible to continue to maintain public safety. The mentioned earlier of potential emergency management project concepts could further assist with potential evacuation routes and planning for further emergency events, because those are some areas that were identified with a just a wind chill survey. They're not formalized project concepts, but those ideas were captured in the plan and do require further study. And just then to mention that community sustainability and resiliency, those are new topics to the plan, but they do cover areas such as energy efficiency, food security, and economic and social sustainability. And then finally, last but not least, is a chapter about domestic and commercial water supply and availability. As you might know, most of the community is supplied water by the Donny Park Water Company. And the committee and the community have made it part of the plan to try to protect that water source as much as possible. This is a map. I know it's very small and very difficult to see, but I did just want to point this out. This is the multimodal trails and transit map that when you go online, and this is available separately online, and start to zoom in, you can really see the details of all the different systems that are potentially available that are either constructed today, are planned for the future, or that may be planned for the future. And it does provide a kind of a good view of how all the linkages within the community have been thought through, and potentials for the future as well. I did mention that new to this plan is a three task implementation plan. And this is something that the committee put together to prioritize how what would best help implement some of the desires of this plan. And an evacuation plan for the entire community is something that is clearly on the minds of many members of the community. So that was one of the implementation tasks, as well as updating the active transportation master plan. The current multimodal study was written in 2011. And so there's an idea to develop an active transportation master plan that would wrap up a new study into that. And then finally, there was one section of state land that has been identified within the planning area as being a high priority for protecting as open space. So there's some language in there to encourage a possible effort to possibly raise some funds to see if that could possibly be preserved as open space going into the future. And so that's a summary of the background of the plan to some degree. This, again, the committee worked for many months, actually about over 2 years, and many meetings to really go through and think about every single goal and policy in the plan. But I did want to talk a bit about the major and minor amendment and the criteria that we look at when determining if an area plan is a major minor amendment. So this bullet number 1 that's highlighted, revisions or updates to an existing area plan or rural planning area that meet the comprehensive plan's vision, goals, or policies are always considered minor amendments. So most of the time, an area plan update would be considered a minor amendment to the comprehensive plan. I wanted to mention that a major amendment, a plan amendment would fall into a major amendment category if it meets one of these 5 criteria. And one of those is if changes to the text conflicts with or alters one or more of the goals and policies in the comprehensive plan. And so in this case, we do have one of the goals and one of the policies that do conflict with the comprehensive plan. And we'll talk about that in a second. And just to make it clear that major amendments by our zoning code and also by our comprehensive plan policies require that major amendments are heard once per calendar year, starting with the Planning Commission's October hearing. And that's why this was scheduled for this date. And so why is this particular area plan a major amendment? The draft area plan contains this goal and policy, and I will read it. The goal states that all tax parcels located within the DPTF planning area whose development is subject to approval by the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission remain within said jurisdiction. And the policy that goes with it, that is also in conflict, reads, if necessary, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors should appeal to the Governor of Arizona and the U.S. Secretary of the Interior in opposition to efforts to remove land from said jurisdiction. And then in looking at the county's comprehensive plan, there's a goal and policy that this language is in conflict with, and that is a community character goal that says to promote coordination of land use planning with sovereign tribal nations related to development and resource protection. And the policy that goes along with that is the county encourages expanding its collaboration with tribal governments on land use issues, development projects, infrastructure development, and cooperative maintenance through strategic planning areas, efforts such as area plans. Now, I did want to just mention that the staff has looked at this and the area plan committee has considered this deeply. They've actually looked at this several times in terms of this policy language. And from a staff point of view, the policy conflicts and is problematic because particularly the only tax parcels that staff is aware of that could be removed from the tax base is tribal trust land. So in other words, there is one parcel that is owned by Navajo Nation Gaming Authority. And while that is still fee simple land, there has been some discussion that there's a possibility, although we don't know for sure the outcome or the status of that parcel. But if that were to be requested to be changed into tribal trust land, the federal process with the Secretary of Interior requires close coordination with local governments on any transfer to tribal trust land. So that is one issue that staff has identified with the policy as written. The second issue is that it does place the county board of supervisors in an oppositional position where, without understanding or knowing any of the benefits that could be gained by a transfer or a change in whether or not a parcel is within the county jurisdiction, it does not agree with the way this policy 13 of the comprehensive plan is written, where we actually encourage collaboration with tribal governments on issues through planning such as area plans. So that is something that is of an issue. And then finally, it's not exactly clear what the goal means, whose development is subject to approval by the County Planning and Zoning Commission. The tax parcels are under governance of the county in general, not just the Planning and Zoning Commission. So that is just some of the points that we wanted to bring up to you in terms of how staff is viewing this as a conflict, and thus that has put this into the category of a major amendment. And with that then, and this would be for the commission's consideration, we propose some alternative text that staff does not feel conflicts with the comprehensive plan goals and policies, but that would meet the needs of the community and calls out this possibility of transfer to another authority and requests then, and actually then would ask the board to collaborate and work with whatever jurisdiction was seeking to remove a tax parcel out of county authority, so that it's not an oppositional or conflicting position that the board has put in. And there could be discussion about potential benefits, and to make sure, because one of the things that the community would want to ensure is that whatever happens to any parcels, that they stay within the boundaries or the overall umbrella of the area plan goals and policies, and also the design review overlay. So this staff, rather this text is suggested by staff to replace the text as currently written. And I did want to show you that there are these comprehensive plan amendment approval criteria that must be met in order to approve an amendment such as this. And I'll just briefly go through these. A, the amendment constitutes an overall improvement to the county. B, the amendment will not adversely impact a portion of the county or the existing character of the immediate area. C, the amendment is supported by our vision for the future and other goals and policies of the plan. D, the requested change benefits the county or a specific community. E, conditions have changed substantially since the last update. F, the subject property or concept was misinterpreted or overlooked in the plan. G, the amendment will effectively help implement the plan's other goals or vision. And H, the identified site is appropriate for the proposed use. Now, the area plan does meet all of these criteria, those that are applicable, with the exception of C. And this goes back again to that one particular goal and policy that seemed to be in conflict with our comprehensive plan goal and policy. I know that you all have received these comments that we have received on the area plan since it was posted for the 60-day review, and also during the public hearing draft. Staff did receive one comment from the Arizona Department of Transportation, and the suggested motion includes 2 policy clarifications. They are minor word changes in regard to one policy in regard to signage, and clarifying that ADOT does actually not install signage such as truck braking, but that the county could with an encroachment permit. And then the staff also received comments from the Star School, which was primarily informational, and indicating that the community that lives out in the areas known as the 40s, which is outside of the planning area boundary, but that they also wish to maintain their rural lifestyle. And then there was a comment received this morning from one of the area plan committee members, Bernice Carver, and we'll go through those here in a moment. I just wanted to mention too, regarding the ADOT comment, which was sent by email, that all of the issues in the email were addressed, and then the 2 policy clarifications were the result of that conversation. And so I did want to make sure that committee member Bernice Carver's comment was shown in relation to the policy and the area plan. Her first comment recommends that the commission considering deleting the last sentence of the policy, and you can see the sentence highlighted in yellow is the line that is recommended to be deleted. And I wanted to explain this, that this sub policy is a part of the bigger policy that addresses residential zone changes. And you can see LU2 above is the policy that addresses residential zone changes, and that the policy, the sub policies under it then lay out criteria for what zone changes should comply with. And so you can see sub policy LU2B discusses increasing to existing zoning density are rare exceptions, and that zone changes should meet the following criteria. And that's what this sub policy is in relation to. So the preferred implementation strategy for residential zone changes would be to use clustering techniques, while recognizing that a minimum of 1 acre or greater should be maintained. And I want to just point out that the clustering technique is something that is promoted by the comprehensive plan, and it is a known process and a known method to actually conserve open space. And the final sentence, the open space gained by this type of development may be utilized to meet the benefits mentioned above in LU2, which I'll talk about the benefits in a second. That was specifically put in there to recognize and encourage that this type of planned residential clustering development be utilized in order to preserve open space. If you think of the Johnson Ranch subdivision, that is one prime example where there's a fair amount of open space that has been set aside in perpetuity. And this is a continuation of that first comment. The benefits may include protection and preservation of environmentally sensitive areas and habitat, preservation of archaeological sites and geologic features, provision of public recreational trails, and provision of recreational parks and public facilities. So what this does then, the open space gained by the clustering technique then could be utilized to accomplish some of these benefits listed here. So staff does not recommend deleting that last sentence because that could possibly weaken that policy and take away the intent of the policy, which is actually to help preserve open space. There was another comment from Bernice Carver related to changing the term residential collective homes to group homes. And here's the policy LU8 that she's referring to. Assisted living, convalescent homes, and residential collective homes should maintain the rural residential character of the planning area. I want to clarify that residential collective homes is a term that was specifically used because that was recently added to our updated zoning ordinance to identify a very particular type of collective home. That is in contrast to group home, which is used specifically to identify group homes for the disabled. It's a very specific term. For the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood Area Plan, the residential collective home has its own specific definition, which was put into the glossary to mean that residential collective homes contain common living area, cooking area, sleeping areas for no more than 10 persons living in a home. So that there does change and limit the size of a potential residential collective home, which, by the way, is a conditional use permit. So again, no changes recommended because this term residential collective home, while yes, it can refer in other places to a different type of development for Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood area plan, it refers to a single family style residence of no more than 10 persons living together. And they, those types of homes are usually then some sort of home where maybe the residents need extra help. They're not classified as disabled under the American with Disabilities Act. Rather, they may need some additional assistance in their day-to-day living. And again, those would be approved based on a conditional use permit. So no change would be recommended based on that second comment. And then there was a third comment from committee member Bernice Carver to add a new policy that would allow anonymous compliance reporting. And there is a zoning enforcement goal that I just wanted to read. The zoning enforcement goal for the area plan is to achieve compliance with the provisions of the Coconino County zoning ordinance to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of residents, to improve the appearance of the community, and to enhance property values throughout the community. I do want to make note that in Coconino County, it's a practice not to allow anonymous reporting due partly to the volume of complaints that we receive. And I also want to make it clear that if anytime that a complaint is reported, in order for anybody else to gain information about who the complainant was, they must file a public records request. So there is a process to go through, but it's important that county compliance manager have information to be able to talk to the complainant to get as much information as possible. And that is a practice within Coconino County that that we are at this point going to continue with. And I, again, do not recommend adding a new policy that would then conflict with that practice. And I am nearly done with this. I did want to mention, and the commission received this earlier today, that I did update the recommended motion just to make sure that there was reference to the comprehensive plan major and minor amendment approval criteria. And you can see that highlighted in yellow here. So this would be for commission discussion later, that there was a revised recommended motion. And then with that, I am happy to answer any questions. And then before we go to the public hearing part, I know that our co-chairs, Brian Bates and Rob Wilson, would like to also address the commission. But I'm happy to answer any questions from the commission now.
Okay, Ms. Shaw, I am not seeing, hold on, Commissioner Best, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still a little bit confused about LU 24. But so tell me if I'm on the right track here. The comprehensive plan specifically mentions tribal coordination. When I look at the big picture, I would not like to see the state of Arizona pick up a piece of property on 89 North and put in a highway maintenance yard. I would not like to see the United States government through the Forest Service pick up a piece of property on 89 and make it into some sort of a Forest Service equipment yard. And I would not like to see a tribal government pick up a piece of property and put in a casino without going through a process that makes sure that the vision of this plan is in place. And so it seems to me what we're trying to do here is get away from a particular focus on tribal issues and go to a more general policy, which is consistent with a comprehensive plan and maybe has a little broader reach. Because my understanding is that if the state or federal government picked up property, it would go off the tax base. Is that correct? Am I going in the right direction here?
Commissioner Best, I am, you're correct that those that, in those scenarios, that those would not be part of the county's tax base.
Okay. And so what we're trying to do is make it a more general statement, not in conflict with the comprehensive plan, and really more applicable to what could happen out there besides just a tribal issue.
That's right.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. Do any other commissioners have questions for Ms. Shaw at this time? And Commissioner Best, your hand is still raised, but I'm thinking that you just forgot to put it down, right?
Yeah, as usual, but I got one more thing to say.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
It was very compelling to me reading about people who make complaints possibly being threatened. And these are tough times, and there's a lot of that going on. I just wonder if you can assure us that you've read that and we're taking this issue seriously. If we're not going to be anonymous, and I kind of get your take on it, how do we make sure that people feel free to make complaints without being threatened? That's my question.
Commissioner Best, that's an excellent question, and that is definitely one of the concerns that this committee has been grappling with and has raised. And I think that the possibility of that occurring is certainly out there in certain circumstances. I would say, though, that in general, we would still ask that people come forward if they have a complaint, and if there are issues, then there is a sheriff's office to back them up. That's something, though, that I think our compliance department has found. Having anonymous complaints could, one, make for a much greater volume over our already large volume of complaints, and managing those could be extremely difficult, as well as not having the ability to actually contact the complainant and get more information. It is a balancing act, and I know that there are actually a number of other jurisdictions within the state that follow the same practice as Coconino County and do require that the complainant provide their name and their contact information. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. I just hope there's some way that we can keep track of this, and I don't know what that way is, but maybe you could discuss that, so that if we get into a situation where people are scared to complain, we bring it up again and address it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. Ms. Shaw, I am not seeing any other hands raised or anyone unmuting. So if you would like to go ahead and introduce the co-chairs to address the commission at this time, please.
I will. And I do believe that both Rob Wilson and Brian Bates had joined us, and I will need to ask Marty to, I don't think they have a presentation. So Rob and Brian, if you are here, you can simply unmute and begin addressing the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw and Chairwoman Ontiveros and Commission. My name is Rob Wilson. Brian Bates just texted me and said that he's having some difficulties with some technical difficulties, and asked me to cover the agenda that he and I had put together earlier today. We were going to split it up, but you get to suffer through me for the whole thing. So first of all, I would like to thank Melissa and all the rest of the county staff members that helped us get through this process. As she explained, it's been several years in the making. Lots and lots of time and energy and meetings, complicated by COVID and things like that, which I understand Ms. Shaw is dealing with right now. So thank you very much for your excellent assistance and keeping us steered in the right direction throughout this process. You and Jessica have been invaluable throughout the whole process. From the beginning, our committee was focused really on encouraging public comment. At our very first meeting, we decided that we would have public comment periods both at the beginning and the ends of our meetings, just to ensure that everyone that had a thought and wanted to share it would have an opportunity to do that. As was mentioned earlier, we did a survey with, it was a 40-question survey. We had 690 responses. As Ms. Shaw mentioned, a really significant number of responses. And the good news about those, the majority of those responses all kind of agreed with each other. Rural character and maintaining our community the way that it is was the number one issue for everyone, it seemed, in those surveys. We also had 2 public open houses, as she mentioned. We had over 150 people take time out of their daily lives to attend those open houses at Cromer School. And that was very encouraging for all of us, because we wanted to make sure we were getting this right. And the only way to make sure of that was to hear from those members of our community that took the time to share with us. And we were happy to be able to take their comments and give them fair consideration and make sure that this plan was the very best that it could be. We've had some exhaustive discussions about some issues, and we tried, like I said, to give fair consideration to all of the perspectives. Comments from committee members received after this plan has been submitted, in my opinion, is disrespectful to the process that has gotten us here, and is trying to circumvent the system. So that's just our opinion here. The other elephant in the room tonight is, as Commissioner Best and Ms. Shaw has discussed, is LU24. LU24 is something that we debated at several meetings. We even called a special meeting specifically to address just LU24. And the consensus of our committee was, this is such an important issue that we wanted LU24 to remain written exactly the way that it is and routed through this process so that those that can define what coordination and collaboration are can make that determination and decide what the right wording of LU24 is. We are, just like in redistricting, we're a community of interest, and we don't want that community broken up or damaged in a way that some of these things, and Commissioner Best, thank you very much for bringing up both state and federal government. Any of the land in Donny Park that could be transferred to them would then no longer be subject to any of this, any of our area plan recommendations. So, you know, if NAU decided they needed a North Campus, that could happen. And that's not consistent with what the members of our community would like to see out here. So we feel very strongly about LU24 and would hope that tonight you can make the findings of fact that you need to forward our work on to the Board of Supervisors and let them make the political discussion or decision about whether we can or cannot coordinate and collaborate while still honoring LU24. The final version of our plan that you have here this evening comes from earnest efforts by our committee to reflect the needs and the vision of our community. And while not all of the members of our committee agreed with every change, the overwhelming majority of them did. We've delivered you a document that best captures what the residents of our plan want it to be in the future, and we respectfully request your acceptance of our plan for the Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood community. And that summarizes my remarks, pending any questions from the board, the commission.
Chair Ontiveros.
Sounds like
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble muting. Could you please ask that again?
Chair on Tavares, this is Brian Bates. I am having some computer issues, but I do want to reiterate a couple of things and very quickly. I agree with Rob that it is disingenuous to have comments that are submitted after the entire committee has vetted. And I think that those comments, if reviewed, would best be reviewed as a private citizen making comments, not as a committee member. Otherwise, I want to thank you and the Planning and Zoning Commission for taking the time to review our plan. And if you have questions, I'll try to respond as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson and Mr. Bates, for your presentation and comments. At this time, we are going to go ahead and open it up to public. Now, I'm going to ask the public that if you would like to address the commission on this case this evening, if you would please raise your hand or unmute. I will look for you and I will call on you. And you will then have 3 minutes to address the commission. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll through the list of participants looking to see. All right. No, I thought we had someone, but the hand went down. Okay, so I'm going to ask again, does anyone in the public? All right. There is an individual named Bernice. Bernice, if you would please state your name and address for the record. Mr. McNeely, could I please ask you to time the public speakers for 3 minutes and then give me a 1 minute notice, or when they have 1 minute left, would you please notice me?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, Bernice, please go ahead.
My name is Bernice Carver and I live at 7550 Dairyberry Drive in Donny Park. And I was wondering if my comments in full were forwarded to the Planning and Zoning. I did do them as a private citizen, not as I did not sign it as a member of the committee. So did the Planning and Zoning Commission receive my memo regarding my comments in full?
Ms. Shaw, could you address that, please?
Yes, they did.
Okay. It was abbreviated in the presentation. One of the things that I would like to point out is for the open space to remain open space. We did do that late in the game. We wanted to make sure that the open space gained by development of using clustering remained as open space, and that in order to preserve it, that line that says the open space gained by this type of development may be used to meet the benefits mentioned, and for the second item about the residential collective homes, that is the type of housing that is around NAU. They're big, can be considered bigger developments like that. And the original area plan from 2001 did allow group homes. It wasn't just for disabled people. It was for like halfway houses and foster homes. We have group homes for those. And I would like to return to that language. And I also asked that there be another LU10 to that section that states residential collective homes should not be approved in the planning area. We do have those in the city of Flagstaff, but they do not fit into the rural community to have multi-unit housing out here in Donny Park. I would also
Madam
like
Chair,
to
we're
add
about 30
that,
seconds left on the 3 minutes.
Okay, Bernice, you'll have to wrap it up.
okay. 14 other counties, every other county in Arizona allows for anonymous reporting for complaints, for zoning complaints. City of Flagstaff does. Many of you to report it, to withhold your name from the public. You give your name, you can give your phone number, everything. You can talk to county staff or city staff or whatever, but they will not release your name to the people that are in violation, that are breaking the law. We just had a 79-year-old man next door to us intimidated by somebody that was building without building permits across the street from him. And he was very afraid. He was afraid to report it in the first place. We've got open.
Bernice, I'm going to have to, Bernice, in order to keep all things equal in the public, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you very much. Doug Meyer.
Hello, I'm Doug Meyer. I live at 8810 Stardust Trail in Donny Park. And I want to thank the commission for taking my comment. First, on the alleged conflict between LU 24 and the county's comprehensive plan. The staff report clearly pretends not to understand what's going on here. I'm going to quickly read the relevant language from the comprehensive plan. The county is committed to developing a cohesive working relationship regarding planning and land use issues in a manner that is mutually beneficial. Promote coordination of land use planning and with sovereign tribal nations related to development and resource protection. And finally, policy 13, the county encourages expanding its collaboration with tribal governments on land use issues, development projects, infrastructure development, and cooperative maintenance through strategic planning efforts such as area plans. LU 24 simply does not conflict with the comprehensive plan, and here's why. An attempt to withdraw land from county P&Z jurisdiction into federal trust would be a unilateral action, not done as part of any working relationship with the county. And it obviously would be done in order to circumvent the P&Z process in order to benefit a landowner. That's not an example of something that would be mutually beneficial, and it's not an example of collaboration or coordination. And so I have to insist that there is no conflict between LU 24 and the comprehensive plan. The staff report's language is also disingenuous in suggesting that the DPTF community has not already weighed the costs and benefits of a development by Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprises. That entity is in the hospitality industry. Then the potential type of development and its scale are extremely easy to guess. Again, it's just disingenuous of community development to suggest that we should all take a wait and see attitude on a large hotel or a casino. Look closely at this area plan. We don't want that. LU 15 makes it clear that rezoning from residential to commercial is not supported, and the former Horseman's Lodge property would require such a rezoning, thus leading the property owner to likely opt for a land transfer into federal trust status. Please also
Madam
see.
Chair, we're at 30 seconds now. Thank you.
All right. I just want to basically finish by saying the whole point in doing a land transfer out of county jurisdiction into federal trust is to avoid the need to comply with the area plan. Therefore, the county's suggested goal, which says to coordinate with them, it's simply naive. This is a very strong argument for not adopting the alternative that the staff suggested.
So our 3 minutes is up.
Okay. Mr. Meyer, time has expired. Thank you for your comments this evening. I would ask anyone else who wishes to address the commission to please raise your hand or simply unmute, and I will look for anyone that I see that wants to address the commission. Ms. Shaw, just so I don't miss someone, would you please scroll and make sure that you do not see something that I'm not? I do not see any hands raised or anyone unmuted, and I do not want to leave anyone out of this process.
Chair Ontiveros, I don't see any other hands raised either.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of this. And I'm going to open it up to commission discussion. Commissioner Burton, why don't you go ahead and start the discussion this evening?
Actually kind of still formulating my thoughts on this. I do find it a little interesting that we are coming around to the confidential reporting issue with the county, because that is something that even I have hesitated and have chosen not to report something, simply because there was no guarantee that my name and address was not going to be passed along. So I believe that we could make a confidential reporting be an option so that it's not anonymous, but it is not permitted to pass the reporter's name on to the reportee. And then I kind of want to piggyback on Bernice's comment, I think that was her name, about, like group type housing. Since we don't have public transportation to rural areas, I've never really thought that that kind of housing was appropriate in an area, because in theory you have housing like that and it's usually for income related reasons, and that doesn't necessarily mean they have a vehicle to be able to get back and forth. That's kind of my thinking on that side, but I am curious to hear my fellow commissioners' thoughts on these subjects. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Burton. Commissioner Clifford.
All right, on the confidentiality, when you do a report to the county sheriff, you ask that your name and address be confidential. If you call up anonymously and start telling them something that's wrong and you don't give them your name and address and your phone number, they will not respond, because that could be considered a trap and they're sending officers into a trap. So that's why you have to give your name, your address, and your phone number. So that's my take on the confidentiality. You ask them that your name be left out, and they will do it. That's in their bylaws. We do have groups homes out here in Donny Park. We have Hojoni homes. They are out here in the evenings. They have vans that take the residents into the main office, do different activities with them, then bring them back out to the group home. And that's where they eat their dinner. They're taken care of there in the homes. We have elderly assisted living homes out here that do not necessarily need transportation, things like that. So I can justify the group home, and so that is my take on it. And I was part of the Donny Park Timberlake Fernwood area plan, and we did work hard on it. We had a lot of talks on it, and on the major amendment versus minor amendment, can go either way on that. Doug Meyer, he was in a lot of our meetings and gave us a lot of ideas, and he has researched that very well and stated it very well here this evening, and actually gave me some more clarity on it as to what he said, and I appreciate that. So that's all I have to say. And I want to say thank you. Yeah, thank you to my other area plan members who are here that were putting up with all of us, because it did take almost 3 years to do this. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Clifford. Commissioner Ruggles?
Thank you. And I have listened to commissioners who have spoken so far, and I can understand their point of view. No problem at all. But I would like to address LU 24 and its associated goal. I've got to say that I was the opposition in the committee meetings on this, the wording that we have right now. And because of that, I took a good thorough look at what the process is. And essentially, the Horseman's Lodge and the property ownership are what brought this to fore. Now, in changing the use as a restaurant right now, it is a non-conforming legal use. So a change to another use under the current property ownership would require rezoning. If it is something other than a restaurant or a use that is approved in the code, that could be considered a restaurant. The other thing is the acquisition of that land as trust land. And I'm going to read something to you that pertains to that. The federal regulations codified in Code of Federal Regulations, sections 151.1 through 151.15, govern requests by individual Indians and tribes to the federal government to take new lands into trust. The acquisition regulations require the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which is part of the Department of Interior, to provide written notice to local governments of requests to take lands into trust and an opportunity to provide written comments back to the Department of the Interior on this. The county has 30 days after receipt of a notice to provide written comments to BIA. Now, I've discussed this with our district supervisor, and that 30-day comment period puts the county in a fairly difficult position, because consulting with the community to get to come up with a response in 30 days is going to pose a little bit of difficulty. The other thing that goes with that, when the Department of the Interior reviews something like an acquisition request, we've got to remember that they have to make findings of fact, just like we do on the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Board of Supervisors. And I'm just going to go with some of the things that they have to look at. The tribe needs to state the need of the tribe for additional land. They also have to state the purposes for which the land will be used. And additionally, jurisdictional problems and potential conflicts of land use which may arise have to be evaluated. And if the land is acquired is in fee status, whether the Bureau of Indian Affairs is equipped to discharge the additional responsibilities resulting from the acquisition of that land. In addition to that, they have to consider the location of the land relative to state boundaries, and its distance from the boundaries of the tribe's reservation shall be considered as follows. As the distance between the tribe's reservation and the land to be acquired increases, the secretary should give greater scrutiny to the tribe's justification of anticipated benefits from the acquisition. Where the land is being acquired for business purposes, the tribe shall provide a plan which specifies the anticipated economic benefits associated with the proposed use. And it is also, they also require a NEPA study as well as that. The next step after that, getting a casino, would be compliance with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. Now, right at the beginning of section 2719 of that act, it states, except as provided in subsection B, which is an exception of this section, Gaming regulated by this chapter shall not be conducted on lands acquired by the Secretary in trust for the benefit of an Indian tribe after October 17th, 1988. And the exception is where the coordination and collaboration comes in. The Secretary, after consultation with the Indian tribe and appropriate state and local officials, including officials of other nearby Indian tribes, determines that a gaming establishment on newly acquired lands would be in the best interest of the Indian tribe and its members and would not be detrimental to the surrounding community, but only if the governor of the state in which the gaming activity is to be conducted concurs in the Secretary's determination. The governor has the final say, and that's it. And one of the things we heard from the public was we want to make sure that we have some protections for the existing, what we have existing in Donny Park, the neighborhoods that might surround something like that. The one thing that might be worthwhile in modifying the wording slightly to avoid the predetermination of opposition is what was brought up earlier. If we have to do this, something like this with federal or state acquisition of property, I think we would have fewer protections even than we would have if it was to become trust land. But one other aspect of it becoming trust land, one of the things you have to consider is it contiguous to or within an existing reservation. So that being said, I'm going to leave it open at this point for everybody else to digest that and discuss it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles, for that great explanation.
Great.
On LU 24. So I guess that's really the only one that I am sort of conflicted about. And it seems like from what Commissioner Ruggles said, that if it was left as it was before, it wouldn't really be so pointed at the trust land issue, but perhaps give some protection against the state for doing something similar. I don't know if that's not right. Let me know, but that seems to me to be something worth having a way to keep the state from doing a similar, not a similar thing, but something undesirable. So I guess that's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Best?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a few comments based on some of the goals of the area plan, and I have sent them to our Secretary, Marty Hernandez. I'm going to read them real quickly because time is passing. They'll be in the notes if anybody wants to discuss them tonight, great, but I just like to get them out there and not take up too much time. So let me just read these real quickly. Preservation of landforms. Within the last few years, huge berms were installed on private land near the corner of Highway 180 and Snowball Road. There were numerous complaints, but apparently there's nothing in the current zoning code to prevent this. A way to protect these landforms might be to regulate berms to a height of 6 feet, as is done with fences. The recreation goal, Copeland Detention Basin would be a great place for outdoor recreation facilities, perhaps to include a dog park and a bicycle jump course like the one at Fort Tuthill. Dark skies goal, commercial lighting is strictly regulated, but residential lighting is not. The City of Flagstaff has a light trespass ordinance on the books, though it seems that it is rarely enforced. If an exposed light bulb on a property can be seen from an adjacent property, there can be a light trespass complaint. Getting this concept into the culture of Donny Park, Timberline, Fernwood might help reduce light pollution. Light trespass also might be addressed with changes to the county zoning ordinance. Regarding the Cinder Lakes landfill, if a landfill is projected to be full by 2042, planning for a new facility can't start too soon. Acquiring hundreds of acres of land and building a new facility to modern standards will be a challenging and a very expensive project. County and city staff and Donny Park Timberline Fernwood representatives should work on extending the life of the existing landfill by improving recycling. A new landfill should reflect the values in the plan. Population increase. If building continues at the current pace, the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area will be built out within the next decade. Accessory dwelling units are a way that the area can add more residents and homeowners and can mitigate increased housing costs by renting out ADUs. Is this consistent with the plan, culture, or with the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood culture? And are current zoning regulations regarding ADUs appropriate? Easements, we already brought this up once tonight earlier. Access to many properties in Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area is through easements across private property. It would be useful to have a legal opinion concerning any limitations on traffic over these easements. In particular, are commercial traffic and traffic to new housing projects allowed? Thanks. So if anybody cares about any of those, they'll be in the notes. As far as the major minor issue, I think the way the language is to make it general, that we want to keep our land in our jurisdiction, and we don't want it removed by the state, the federal government, or tribal governments. I think that general idea is the way we should go. I don't think that we should limit it just to the tribes, because I think it gets us into a conversation that is awkward. I think we could have just as big a problem with federal or state purchases, where we basically, after they do that, we have no control. And I would think that that makes it a minor amendment, and then I would be in favor of changing the comprehensive plan with the same language, which is coming up in a few years. The group home issue, Ms. Shaw said that the residential collective homes would be single family houses. Did I get that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Best, that is the definition in this area plan, that they're single family style residential houses limited to 10 per home.
Okay. That caveat, I think, takes care of that issue for me. We're not going to be building huge structures. Somebody's just going to put more people in a single family home. And I think I'm comfortable with that the way it is. If it becomes a problem in the future, we could change things. The confidentiality issue, I think I've gone over that enough. One possible way to handle it might be that if someone made a complaint and someone went to public records to get it, maybe the name of the person getting the public record would have to be revealed. That might help. I can see coming at it from both directions, but I certainly don't want people to be intimidated. And finally, I just want to say how pleasant it is to be working in a democratic process with such good, competent folks, speaking so kindly to each other, and being part of democracy that works when the news is so full of democracy that's working less well. It's really a pleasure to be part of this, and I'm very grateful to all the people who put in so much time. I've worked on these kind of committees, and I know it can just be very time consuming. And so thanks to you all. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. And this is Chair Aunt Tavares. And rather than taking time this evening and repeating things that have already been said by my fellow commissioners, I'm going to have to say pretty much to sum it up, I really very much concur with Commissioner Best's presentation that he just gave, and I really feel the same way. Commissioner Ruggles, thank you for the explanation that you gave on that, bringing clarification to that. That was very helpful. And I think we're kind of all on the same page here. What I do want to do, though, is I believe I do see Director Chrisselman's hand raised. Director Chrisselman, would you like to address the commission at this time?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Good evening, commissioners. Jay Christelman, Community Development. So I just wanted to touch on the anonymous reporting and the code enforcement piece real briefly. So the area plans, again, they're used for land use decisions with regards to applications for conditional use permits, zone changes, and subdivisions. That's it. Code enforcement staff won't even look at an area plan when going about their business. Our code enforcement ordinance is very clear. It's drafted through state statute and mirrors state statute. And that said, code enforcement staff cannot apply their practices differently in one part of the county versus the others. So I just wanted to provide some clarity with the anonymous reporting piece. And Commissioner Clifford is correct with what he said.
Okay, and that actually, I was going to ask you if I had no doubt that Commissioner Clifford was accurate in his comments. And thank you, though, for confirming that. I am comfortable with that situation because I do understand in this day and age how it could be viewed by law enforcement as a trap if there was not a legitimate name, address, and telephone number given. But yet the individual reporting has the ability to ask, if I'm understanding it correctly, that their information be kept confidential. So that to me seems like a win-win, just leaving it like it is. So those are my thoughts. Do any of the commissioners, this is a a pretty big one. I'm going to ask if any of the other commissioners, I'm not going to necessarily go through the roll call, but I would like to ask if there are any other commissioners that would have any other comments that they would like to give at this time before we move to a motion. Commissioner Ruggles?
Yes, one thing, I certainly appreciate the points that were brought up by Doug Meyer and others this evening relative to LU 24. I think that the community has far greater protections in the case of a requested transfer of fee to trust land or any request to develop gaming on land such as trust land, as opposed to what we could do about the federal government or the state of Arizona buying property for any number of possible uses. And as such, I think it is far more appropriate to go forward with the wording that staff is suggesting we use. And since the comprehensive plan is going to be reviewed and updated over the next 2 years, starting in 2024, I think it is far more appropriate that the other issues that have been identified be addressed during that update. And I know that we'll get a great deal of community input on something like that. I served on the last update and we had a remarkable diversity of opinions, also remarkable diversity of people across the county represented. And I think that a major amendment, it is not up to us as the Donny Park Area Plan, and I speak having been a committee member, to give direction to the rest of the county without it going through the comprehensive plan update committee.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles, for that. And I'm looking to see if there are any other hands raised or unmutes, and I'm not seeing any by the commissioners. Excuse me, Commissioner Best.
Yeah, could we see the language of LU 24 one more time?
Yes, give me a second, I'll share.
Yes, Ms. Shaw, yeah. Mhm.
The goal and the policy, LU 24 is here. It's this goal and this policy at the top here.
Okay, thank you very much. And we are calling that a major or a minor now?
This is the text that you see here at the top. This is what is currently in the plan as recommended by the committee, and this was considered a major amendment
Okay,
based on this as written conflicting with the comprehensive plan goal and policy. And then this displays the recommended alternative text.
okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just so I'm sure that I'm understanding all of this correctly, Commissioner Ruggles, it is you are suggesting that we use the staff recommended verbiage, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And for the simple reason that even though we may consider federal or state acquisition of land within the planning area, it simply does say efforts should be made to coordinate with that authority. And I know that the federal government does make an effort to do that. The state, I don't think they've got as good a record as the feds do on this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles, because I just wanted to be sure because, and in my comments, I just want to say that this language that is on the screen right now is what I am supportive of. So, if there are no other comments, Commissioner Best, I'm thinking you forgot to take your hand down, or do you have some? Okay, all right. With that, I think that we are ready to head to a motion.
Chair Ontiveros,
Yes,
can you see my hand there?
yes, I can. Yes, please go ahead.
I don't know if anyone else has got their hand up, but
Yeah,
I
go
can
ahead.
I can go forward with this. I would like to make a motion that we send a recommendation forward to the Board of Supervisors to make the Donny Park Area Plan TZAM 22-004 a minor.
They don't want you to hear how
amendment.
they're voting. They muted everybody.
I would like to ask everyone to please mute their speakers. Please go ahead, Commissioner Ruggles.
I would like to forward that to the Board of Supervisors with the wording proposed by staff as a minor amendment, which would be the at the top of the screen where it shows revised recommended motion.
Okay. And I believe that if you look at the two recommended Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Could I please have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Best,
Aye.
and this is Chair Ontiveros, and the motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda this evening is case number CUP 22-075.
Madam Chair, point of order. You did not vote on the motion. You did not say aye or nay.
Oh, you are absolutely right. I vote aye on that, Commissioner Clifford. So the motion does pass unanimously.
Okay,
And-
Madam Chair, this is Zach Schwartz with Planning and Zoning Staff. Can you hear me and can you see my screen shared?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see your shared screen.
Okay, thank you. So this case is CUP 22075. The case is Glamp Canyon Campgrounds Conditional Use Permit. The property owner for this case is Eric and Susan Gassaz, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong. They're from Grand Canyon, Arizona. The applicant is actually their daughter, Fabian, from Grand Canyon, Arizona. And the property is located at 33 Row Well Road. That's about 5 miles southwest of Grand Canyon Village. This request is for a conditional use permit for a campground, and the parcel size is 10.25 acres. I forgot to put on this slide that I do believe the applicant's engineer, Christine Laguna, is also online with us tonight. So here is a vicinity map. Everything in green is Kaibab National Forest. Everything in pink is Grand Canyon National Park. And everything in this dotted border here is within the boundaries of the town of Tucson. Here's Highway 64 going through the town of Tucson. And just north, there's a Forest Service road. You'll see this on later slides that go to the subject property. It is the northernmost of these two triangles here, adjacent to, this is Grand Canyon Railway right of way. Here's an aerial map of the subject property. It's again, this triangle here. There's an existing home on the property, and this other triangle is actually also owned by the applicant's parents. And here's part of Forest Service Road 328A that sort of goes over Grand Canyon Railway right of way and then into the property here from the south. Here's some photos of the subject property, and these are in the staff report. So the first on the top left is the existing home on the property. The two to the right of that are areas where the applicant is planning to have tent campsites. And then these two photos on the bottom are a water tank on a trailer, and then the water tank that the applicants use for their home. For some details on this request, the campground would operate from approximately mid-April to mid-October. As far as the zoning ordinance defines the units, there would be 9 total campsite units, including their existing home, and 8 temporary tents that would only be erected on the site within that 6-month operation period. The tents would not have electric or plumbing. And there would also be temporary communal restroom facilities, 2 of them. One would be a standard unit and one would be Americans with Disabilities Act compliant. And finally, the site would include a communal area that's improved with compacted AB, a rectangle. A photo of this or a drawing of this is in the applicant's narrative. That was a part of your packet. It's a 70 by 25 foot area that would include a fire pit, 2 propane grills, a propane stove, and an uncovered seating area. Here is the site plan developed by the applicant's engineer. So Forest Service Road 328A comes over the railroad tracks around here. Then coming down south is Rowell Road, going through the applicant's parents' property to the south. And then the driveway comes up to where the existing home site is here. And the 8 tent units would be sort of clustered around the communal area here. And the restrooms would also be in the middle of this area with septic. A new septic would be installed for the restrooms in this area here. The applicant's narrative included examples of what they would use for the tents, the tent platforms, lighting, and signage. And so these are all here on the screen for you now. And they're also described in the staff report and the applicant's narrative. There were some questions by staff and from the commission as far as fire and emergency response during the study session for this case. And I think that the staff report and this slide should clarify those questions. So the nearest fire district is Tucson Fire District. They're very close. And they would have about a 15-minute response time to the subject property. The subject property is actually unable, because of technicalities, to annex into the district, and Tucson Fire District does not provide a subscription service, which is what the commission typically sees as far as applicants for campgrounds meeting the zoning ordinance requirement for a valid service agreement. The applicant instead has submitted a draft proof of coverage letter from the Tucson Fire District, and this letter was reviewed by community development staff and the county attorney staff, and we've found that this draft proof of coverage map suffices for meeting the requirements of the valid service agreement. The applicant would be conditioned, or staff is recommending a condition in the staff report that a subsequent Firewise and emergency response plan would be finalized prior to occupancy of the subject property for the campground. And the applicant's already worked on thinning the property and reducing fuels on the property. And actually, when I went to the site, I did meet with 2 representatives from Tucson Fire District. I do believe they said that they would be here at the hearing tonight, so you might hear from them. And they commented, the applicant, on the work that they had done all summer to try to do the thinning and fuels reduction. In addition to that, nearby fire service providers, including Grand Canyon National Park and Kaibab National Forest, could also aid in fire and emergency response. And Guardian Medical Transport did provide a will serve letter for the property. There were also some questions about Forest Service access at the study session, and staff has reviewed that. The subject property is accessed through Forest Service Roads 328, 328A, and Rowell Road, which are roads that are open to the public for highway legal vehicles. And most of the way from Highway 64 all the way to the subject property is improved with compacted aggregate base. As you can see in this picture, that was provided in the applicant's narrative. In addition, there was a letter from the Forest Service that noted that these roads are bladed every 2 years by the Forest Service, so it's pretty well maintained, and driving down to the property was not an issue from Highway 64. But for the applicant to use the property for this commercial use, the Forest Service does require what's called a non-federal commercial road use permit. And the applicant has actually contacted the Forest Service and got a draft of that permit that they submitted and is attached to your packet for this case as well. And staff has recommended issuance of that actual permit prior to occupancy of the subject property for the campground use. And I think I go over it in the staff report, but I just wanted to let the commission know that the Forest Service in this permit regulates the amount of traffic, the maintenance of the roads. They make sure that federal environmental laws are met and other issues related to the commercial use of the roads in their review of the permit. So staff does find that the issuance of this permit would meet the access requirements of the zoning ordinance. I also wanted to show you, and it is attached to your report. This is a map from the Tusayan Ranger District of the Kaibab National Forest. This is their map of roads that are open to the public. So 328A, here's Highway 64. I've highlighted in red 328, which then branches off to 328A to the subject property. I wanted to show you this map because it shows how many other Forest Service roads are around in the general area that could be used as emergency or fire ingress, egress down to Tusayan, into Grand Canyon National Park, and to other places as well. As far as wildlife friendly fencing, the property is currently fenced with forest strand barbed wire. The urban wildlife planner has gone to the property, I believe, a number of times and has consulted with the applicant about what changes might be made to this fence to make it wildlife friendly. And staff has conditioned those changes in the recommendations of the staff report. And I believe the applicant has said that they are on board with making those changes. I have this slide here, and we've covered a number of these topics, but this is just the general requirements that apply to campgrounds in the general zone. And staff has found that these are all met or not applicable. So I did go over this in the staff report, and so I think I'll just move on to the next slide. But at the end of the presentation, if any of the commissioners have any questions about this, then I'm happy to answer that. As far as citizen participation, the applicant held a meeting on the subject property on June 5th from 2 to 5 p.m. They had a notification area of 4 miles from the subject property where they notified about what their request was, invited them to the meeting for any comments that they might have. 8 property owners were notified and only 1 participated in the meeting. That 1 participant did not have any comments. And aside from that, through staff's mailings and posting a sign on the property, staff did not receive any additional citizen input on the case. As far as long-range plan compliance, the only long-range plan applicable to this part of the county is the comprehensive plan. And I have a number of goals and policies in the staff report, so I'll just briefly go over those in this slide. Generally, these goals and policies support tourism that's focused on conservation. They support economic development that's compatible with the environment and that has low impact. The goals and policies stress fire and emergency response availability, and they stress the need for developers to pay their own way for infrastructure. So staff does find that this request is consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. There are 4 required findings of fact that the commission must make in order to approve this case. The first is that the proposed location of the conditional use is in accord with the objectives of the zoning ordinance and the purpose of the zone in which the site is located. The second is that the proposed location of the conditional use and the conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. The third is that the proposed conditional use will comply with each of the applicable provisions of this ordinance except for approved variances. And the fourth is that the proposed conditional use is consistent with and conforms to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. In the staff report, I address all these, but generally staff is able to make all of the required findings of fact. And with that, if the commission can make the required findings of fact, staff recommends approval of CUP 22075 with the recommended conditions of the staff report. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Best, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this property, does it fall under the condition of being isolated, an isolated property and private parcel in the forest?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Best, I believe we would consider this an in-holding, I think is what you're trying to get at, is that right?
That's the word I'm looking for, thank you.
Yeah.
And we have a specific element in the comprehensive plan opposing that, right? That's what happened to Windmill Farms.
Commissioner Best, I think it might be helpful if I pull up that policy for you so that you can take a look. And let me see if I can do that really quick for you. Okay, and I will zoom in for you. So I'll just go ahead and read the policy. This is from the comprehensive plan's land use and growth element. It's policy number 3, and it reads, the commercial use of in-holdings within the national forest and national parks is strongly discouraged. And when development of in-holdings is proposed, the existing density should not be increased. And the proposed development should use integrated conservation design methods. And so staff's response to that in this case is that the amount of tents is very limited and they're seasonal in nature. They're also sort of concentrated in a single area consistent with integrated conservation design.
Okay, and could you bring up the conditions, please?
Was there a particular condition that you would like me to go to?
No, I'm having computer problems and I'm not able to bring them up, but we have our list of, I think now it's 16 things that we apply to campgrounds. Are those on there?
I did add those, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do any of the other commissioners have any questions for staff at this time? All right, and seeing none, I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission this evening. If so, please state your name and address for the record. And I would like to ask the applicant if they have received the staff report and if they agree with the conditions contained therein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Fabienne Swan, and I live at 33 Rowell Road, Grand Canyon, Arizona. And I have received the staff report and agree with all of the conditions. First of all, I'd really like to thank Zach Schwartz for all of the work he's done on this project. He's been very diligent in making sure that our project is portrayed accurately in the way that we've been working so hard on it. So thank you very much, Zach, for all your work. You know, this property is unique in that it's surrounded completely, well, mostly by national forest, other than the other parcel that my parents also own. I think that's a major part of the appeal because although the property is 10.25 acres, you know, it seems to go on forever with the additional Forest Service land. The big goal I noted was the tourism based on conservation. Our whole goal out here is conservation. We are completely off grid. We, you know, we'll be putting in a new septic tank and then we haul in water. We have solar power for the house. And so, you know, our goal is to have as low of an impact on the environment as possible, and making sure that all of our guests know about like leave no trace policy and all of that. This property is for as long as I've been in my family, which is 33 years. My dad next year will have been living out here for 50 years year round. So it's very special to us, and we really are looking to being able to share this unique part of Coconino County with people that otherwise probably wouldn't be able to see it. In regards to the road use permit, we have the final permit. The next step is just getting the district ranger to sign that. So that should be done in the next couple of days. And I believe I saw Chief Brush comment, but from Tucson Fire District, we do have Fire Chief Greg Brush on the call, as well as Board Chair John Vale. And we'd like to thank them for all of their work in helping us get this proof of coverage document that meets the county's requirement. And I'm sure if you had any direct questions for them, they'd be happy to answer them. I believe that is it for me, unless anybody has any direct questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Swan. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant at this time? All right, I am not seeing any, Ms. Swan, so I am going to open it up to public comment now. If there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening, would you please raise your hand or unmute, and I will call on you. Okay, I am not seeing any. So I'm going to go ahead and close it to public comment and open it to discussion. Excuse me, commission discussion. Commissioner Burton.
I think any concerns I had have been alleviated, and the biggest bonus to me in this is the fact that the applicant lives on site, and so it's going to be maintained, it's going to be supervised, and I think that's one of the biggest things for me. So I don't have any more hesitation with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clifford.
I can make the findings. The fire was the main one that was concerning me when this initially came in our study session, and all of that, and the Forest Service access road with the commercial permit has been addressed. So I can make the findings to approve. I think it's going to be a good addition out there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ruggles.
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. First thing I have to state is that I visited the site with staff, and that constitutes ex parte conversation or discussion with the applicant, during which there was absolutely nothing discussed other than what the applicant presented. And I have to say the apparent dedication that the applicant showed to doing things right was quite impressive, especially as I read through all of the supporting information that was provided. And one other thing I've got to say is that, like Commissioner Burton, one of the biggest things that I noted that I consider to be extremely important is the applicants will be living there on site. So that said, I can make the findings for this conditional use permit.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Williams.
I concur. I can also make the findings, and boy, all the background information was so well done, and the fact that the applicant lives on site, it makes all the difference. And I think it's going to be great.
Thank you. Commissioner Best.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, obviously, I am a little concerned about the in-holding issue. We did just turn down a case largely because it was an in-holding. But there's a background to that, and I think the issue really here is what's going to happen on the forest. we have a lot of impacts on the forest. We have the fire danger of people being caught in a fire and people starting fires. And so it's really important that this be done right. I think I can make the findings because of the scale of the project and because of the presentation that the applicant has given us about their intention to make sure that this is consistent with conservation in the forest. Or there are times of the year when you would rather have as few people as possible in the forest, and we've certainly seen what happens when things get out of hand with fires. So I just hope that the applicant, obviously they've been there a long time, they certainly know what they're talking about, but it's really going to come down to them to make sure that their folks are safe and that their folks don't do anything that would endanger anybody else. And that's a lot of communication, but I think the scale here is right. So I can make the findings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. And Commissioner Best, I do hear what you're saying about the this property being an in-holding. When Mr. Schwartz responded to that, his response satisfies me that this is a good project for this, even though it is surrounded by Forest Service land, except for where the applicant's parents live. And I will say that I can definitely make the findings on this to approve. And I will have to say that I can, as I heard the applicant talking about this property, her parents being there, how long she's lived there, I can tell, I can just guarantee everyone that her love for this property, the fact that her parents live on adjacent property, it is probably going to be some of the best watched, well cared for. This is probably going to be one of the best watched, well cared for campgrounds that this commission has approved. The applicant has jumped through a lot of hurdles, and yet has persevered. And I think she has brought this commission a very, very good plan, and I am very supportive of it. So with that, I will accept a motion in a second on this, please.
Madam Chair, can I make one more comment?
Yes, please do.
This is a little different, but I would like to throw down a challenge to this applicant. We have a list of 15 or 16 things that conditions that we put on campgrounds, and I think they're good ones, and you've seen them. The leave no trace one, we give you a source for those materials, but there's one about teaching people about the ecology of the forest, and that's especially important regarding fire. And we really don't have a cookie cutter source for that. And I have been thinking about reaching out to the Forest Service to see what a Forest Service biologist might think, what they might say, what we could put together in the way of pamphlets or posters that would quickly educate people about the forest, without overwhelming them with information. So you've been here a long time. Your father's been here for 50 years. I know you have those relationships. If you come up with things, if you would go through staff and contact me, I would love to work with you so that it's so easy with the leave no trace, because for $50, you can get all the posters you would ever need that explain that whole concept. But the ecology of the forest is a little more complex. And when we ask a campground to do it, I'm not sure if it ever really happens. So if you get anywhere with that and you get something that we could apply more widely, I would really appreciate it if you would contact staff, and I would love to be part of it. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. And for the applicant, the condition that Commissioner Best is referring to is specifically condition number 20. That was the one that he was talking about, where it says applicant shall provide forest/grassland ecology, educational material to increase awareness concerning offsite biological impacts and fire danger. So I just wanted to clarify that, Commissioner Best, the condition, the specific condition you were talking about.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll accept a motion in a second, please.
I'll make a motion that we approve CUP 22-075 as written by staff.
I'll second that.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Burton and a second by Commissioner Williams to approve CUP 22-075 with the conditions in the staff report. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Best,
Aye.
and this is Chair Ontiveros, and I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda this evening is going to be case number CUP 22085. And I will just for clarification for anyone that is joining us for the case SUB 22037, that's the Ranch at the Peak subdivision. That case will be heard as the final case this evening on the agenda. So there'll be two cases in front of it, the one here and the other one. So please proceed.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Could you please confirm that you could see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is CUP 2285. It's a request for an RV as a permanent residence. There we go. The owner of the property and the applicant is Sucha and Jaswinder Birdie from Washington. This is located in Grand Canyon Junction or Valley at 2263 Picacho Way. The zoning is agricultural residential with a 1 acre minimum parcel size. And this parcel is sized at 1.05 acres. And again, their request is to use an RV as a permanent residence. Here's a vicinity map. If you can see my cursor, up on the left here is Highway 64, and you can see Highway 180 cutting through the center of this picture. And here is the location of the subject property, circling with my mouse. Here's a closer view of the subject property. This is an aerial photo. As you can see, there's a single family residence about 3 parcels down. This parcel here that's adjacent to the subject property also has an RV as a permanent residence. The aerial photo has not been updated since that was approved. The applicant is proposing to use existing systems on the RV for potable water and wastewater, and they plan to haul water and dump wastewater nearby. There are services in Valley where they can do so. Here's the applicant's site plan. As you can see, it's not quite to scale, but well within the setbacks in the center of the property. Here's a photo of the site. Generally just shrubs, completely vacant. And I also wanted to go ahead and include a photo of the applicant's last approval. They were the ones who got approved to use an RV as a permanent residence on the adjacent parcel. There's a little more information about this in the staff report, but generally, since we were there and we saw it anyway, staff just wanted to share that the property is very well kept. We did not notice any violations or safety hazards. So what you see here is one example of how an RV as a permanent residence has been used. Just want to make it very clear the applicant no longer owns this parcel. I don't know if they're the ones maintaining it, but this is something that they got approved last year. Property owners were notified, invited to a neighborhood meeting on August 15th. No one attended, and there have been no comments on this application. Here are the findings of fact for a conditional use permit. Staff was able to make these findings as detailed in the staff report. Here are recommended conditions of approval. This is very typical of a project like this. These are our standard conditions that we put on an RV as a permanent residence. And with that, staff recommends approval with the recommended conditions and opens it to the commission.
Okay, are there any questions for staff? I am not seeing any, Ms. Bingham. So I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission. If so, please state your name and address for the record. And I would also ask if you have received the staff report and agree with the 4 conditions contained. Ms. Bingham, do you believe the applicant is here with us this evening? They're not required to be. I just don't want to miss them.
Yes, Madam Chair, the applicant notified me that they would be attending the meeting. I have not seen them on the screen, but maybe we give them just another minute if they're having technical difficulties.
Okay, you're going to know who it is more so than I.
Hello. Hi.
Hello? Please go ahead. Please state your name and address for the record. Ms. Bingham, is this the applicant?
Madam Chair, I can assume this is the applicant. They did notify me that they would be here to speak tonight. I cannot confirm.
Hello.
I'm trying to figure out who it is.
Hi, this is Sucha and Jaswinder Verdi.
Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Please state your name and address for the record. And I would like to ask if you have received the staff report and agree with the 4 conditions. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sucha Verdi and Jaswinder Verdi with me here. We are 3400 161 Place, Southeast Bellevue, Washington 98008. So yes, we got the staff report and we agree to those conditions. Yes.
Okay. Let me see if any of the commissioners have any questions for you. And I am not seeing any. So I'm going to ask, I'm now going to open it up to the public, and I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please raise your hand or unmute, and I will call on you. And I am not seeing anyone in the public, so I'm going to close it to the public and open it up at commission discussion. Commissioner Burton?
I can make the findings on it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clifford?
Yeah, they're doing it right. They came to us for a CUP. I can make the findings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ruggles?
I am obliged to state that I did visit the site with staff, and based on that and staff's analysis and the conditions, I too can make the findings for approval of this CUP.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams?
I also can make the findings for approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Best?
Yes, it's nice that we have a history with them, and I can make the findings.
Okay, and this is Chair Ontiveros. I also can make the findings, and you guys have done a good job. I'm speaking that to the applicant. With that, I will accept a motion in a second, please.
Okay, I'll go forward with that. Would like to make a motion for approval of CUP 22-085 with conditions as stated in the staff analysis.
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Ruggles and a second by Commissioner Burton for approval of CUP 22085. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Best,
Aye.
and this is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is case number CUP 22-098.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Kelly Bingham again. And this is CUP 22098. This is also a request for an RV as a permanent residence. The owner and applicant in this case is Gay Schalberg. She's located at 7155 North Audrey Way in Red Lake. Similarly to the previous case, this is AR agricultural residential zoning. The parcel size here is 1.04 acres. And just to reiterate the request again, she would like to use an RV as a permanent residence. Here's a vicinity map. You can see Highway 64 running through the middle of this screenshot here. And the subject property is located here. You can see my mouse moving. And up to the north, right in the upper left-hand corner of the screen is SB Road, for those who are familiar. Here's an aerial photo of the property. As you can see, there are a couple single-family residences that have been built in this area. It is still relatively rural. You can see that the subject property is vacant right now. The applicant plans to use the existing systems on their RV. They actually have a septic system on site, completely built, and they've hooked up the RV to the septic system, so there's no need to dump waste off-site. Here's the site plan. You can see where the RV is located, a little towards the front of the property, but still well within the setbacks. And here's a photo of the site from Audrey Way. This is what neighbors would see from the road. For the citizen participation plan, property owners within 300 feet were notified, and a neighborhood meeting was held on August 14th. And there were actually 3 neighbors who voiced support for this project. Here are the findings of fact for a conditional use permit once again. And again, that was all outlined in your staff report. Here are the recommended conditions of approval, just the same as the case before. These are our standard conditions. And with that, staff recommends approval of CUP 2298 with the recommended conditions. Are there any questions on this from the commission?
Okay, yes, Commissioner Clifford.
The septic system that's on the property, is it approved by the county?
Thank you, Commissioner Clifford. Yes, it is. They did get permits for that.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions for the commissioners. So I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission this evening. If so, please state your name and address. And I would also like to ask if you have received the staff report and agree with the 4 conditions. Ms. Bingham, do you know if the
Hi.
applicant? Oh, please go ahead.
Hi, it's Gay Schalberg, 7155 North Audrey Way.
Okay, and did you receive the staff report, and do you agree with the 4 conditions in there?
I did receive the staff report, and yes, I agree with the 4 conditions.
All righty. Let me see if any of the other commissioners have questions for you. And I am not seeing any. So I'm going to open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening? I am not seeing any. So I'm going to close it to the public and open it to commission discussion. Commissioner Burton.
I can make the findings for this, and I think it's great that they already have a septic in place.
Okay, Commissioner Clifford.
I can make the findings.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles.
I can also make the findings and do have to state that I visited the site with staff. And as has already been stated, I am in agreement with one. They came in and asked for a CUP. And two, I was impressed with the fact that they have a septic system already in place. That's it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles and Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I can make the findings. It looks like they've done a good job.
Thank you, Commissioner Best.
I can make the findings.
Okay, thank you. And this is Chair Ontiveros. I can also make the findings, and I would just like to thank the applicant for doing it the right way. We appreciate it, and you've done a very good job. With that, I will accept a motion in a second, please.
I'll move that we approve CUP-22-098 as stated by staff.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Burton and a second by Commissioner Ruggles to approve CUP 22098. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. And the final item or case on the agenda this evening is case number SUB 22-037.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you able to hear me and see my screen?
Yes, we can see it and we can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bob Short. I'm with Community Development staff, and this case is Ranch at the Peak subdivision. It is a modification of the conditions of approval, and it is identified as SUB 22037. In this case, the applicant and the property owner is Cygnus SPL Peaks LLC of Atlanta, Georgia. The representative is Kent Hodgson Pillar of Mogollon Engineering, Flagstaff, Arizona. The zoning is RR 2.5. And the size of the property includes the entire Ranch at the Peak subdivision, and that is 185 acres. The request is to modify condition 7 to remove the requirement to pave Roundtree Road. And I should say this is of the original resolution for this subdivision and some subsequent modifications that are included in your packet. And also to remove condition 18 or completely remove condition 18 that requires a trail to be built on the west side of the subdivision. This is the vicinity map showing the Ranch at the Peak subdivision. It is in Fort Valley, just north of Highway 180 in the circled area that you see. And this is an aerial photo showing the subject property, the subdivision. You can see 180 runs down here in this area. The subdivision goes from up in here. Would be the third phase down into here. This is the entire subdivision. There are now three final plat phases that have been approved. And Roundtree Road, the subject of this case is over, one of the subjects of this case is over here. It runs from 180 up to Taylor Springs Road, which is a road within the subdivision that also leads back and provides access for some parcels back in here. And this is a picture of Roundtree Road. This is on the north end. About the first half or so of Roundtree Road is paved with recycled asphalt. And this part it appears to be dirt according to county records. This is a county maintained road. It is not located with any kind of access easement for the county. It's simply on National Forest property. according to county records, it is gravel, but it looks like dirt at this point. It is, however, has been a good road. Whenever I've been there, it's always been in good condition. This is the Ranch at the Peaks preliminary plat, and it is turned sideways so it fits on the screen better. This is north, and this is the south part of the subdivision. It is accessed through Chimney Springs Road over here from Highway 180 that runs to the south. At the time this was approved, Chimney Springs Road did not exist right here. And I'm going to go ahead and go through some background on this subdivision. In 2006, the preliminary plat was approved. Final plat for phase 1 with 34 lots was approved in 2007. In both 2009 and 2016, there were requests for modifications to the conditions similar to the current request. Most of those were not approved, but they did result in basically for 2009 an extended time frame for paving Roundtree Road. And in 2016, the removal of the requirement to construct a perimeter fence. There was a requirement for a 4-foot tall split rail fence around the entire subdivision that was removed. And also there was the removal of the requirement to construct a trail on the east side of the subdivision. So on both sides of the subdivision, there is a 50-foot open space and pedestrian access, private pedestrian access easement around the entire subdivision. At that time, the requirement to build the trail on the east side was removed. And then to continue with the background, in 2019, phase 2 final plat was approved. That was 20 lots. And at that time, the applicant also bonded for the trail on the west side of the subdivision. In 2022, in fact, just recently on September 13th, phase 3 final plat was approved with an additional 20 lots. And at that time, the applicant bonded for paving Roundtree Road. So if this is approved, the applicant would receive those bonds back, both of those bonds. This is the condition of, and I can't see because of the screen there, but this is condition 7 modification proposed by staff. And basically I have removed anything that would refer to paving of Roundtree Road. These 2 sentences would refer to that. This is the modification for condition 18. And basically that condition 18 would be completely removed. It is the requirement to build a trail. In terms of citizen participation, the applicant notified all of the property owners in the subdivision and all property owners within 1,000 feet of the subdivision boundary, and that included about 181 different properties, and invited them to a neighborhood meeting that was held on October 11th, 2022. 22 neighbors signed in at the meeting. There is a report attached to your staff report that documents that meeting and includes comments from both the applicant and staff. And there were additional comments provided to the commission yesterday. This is a summary of the citizen comments, just kind of a nutshell summary. Most commenters from both inside and outside the subdivision supported retaining the requirement to pave or improve Roundtree Road, and they supported removing the requirement to build the trail. There was one property owner within the subdivision that did oppose removing the trail. And this is some staff analysis. As you saw in your packet, an email from the Forest Service, and they indicated they will not provide an easement or support paving or improving Roundtree Road. Staff met with personnel from the Forest Service on site on Roundtree Road, and they indicated they actually like the road as it is, and they would not support any kind of improvements to the road, and they did not wish to grant an easement for the road. Another note is that the trail would be private and only accessible to property owners in the subdivision. So the access easement that goes around the entire subdivision, that is a private easement. It is not meant for anyone outside of the subdivision. Also wanted to note, as I said before, most property owners do not want the trail. It would be located within that 50-foot easement in their backyards. So they did not want people to be walking in their backyards, basically. And that also goes for adjacent property owners outside the subdivision who would also have people walking basically in their backyards, you know, along the property line. Most of the owners indicated as you can see in Ranch at the Peaks, there's a loop road around the subdivision, and most property owners indicated they would prefer to walk on the road. There is not much traffic, of course, in this residential subdivision with very large lots. These are the findings for a preliminary plat, and staff has made the findings, addressed the findings within the staff report. We can talk about those if the commission has any questions about that. And with that, staff recommends the commission provides a recommendation that the Board of Supervisors approve SUB 22037 with the recommended modifications. And they'll take any questions from the commission.
Commissioner Best.
Yeah, why does the Forest Service not want to give I'm just more out of curiosity than anything. Why don't they want to give the easement?
I think, Commissioner Best, it appeared that the easement, if you look at the language in the condition, the easement would go to the developer of the subdivision. And the Forest Service did not want an easement of that kind, you know, going to an outside party such as that. At this time, the county already maintains the road, but there isn't an easement on the road. So the Forest Service preferred to leave it that way. They didn't want to take on the responsibility of additional maintenance if the road was paved. And I think that's primarily the reasoning for behind the Forest Service decision.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Director Krisselman.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you. I just wanted to add to what Bob said when he and I were the two that met with the program manager with the Forest Service back in August, Deidre Marks, and she also indicated that the experimental forest is right there. And any potential improvements would have complicated the efforts to maintain, you know, the mature ponderosas that are there. So that was the other part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I am not seeing any other hands raised or unmute, so I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission this evening. And I would also like to ask if they have received the staff report and agree with the recommended modifications to the conditions. So if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission, please state your name and address and then go ahead and make your comments.
This is Joe Lyons. I represent Cygnus Sabal Peaks. My address is 3060 Peachtree Road, Suite 1080 Atlanta, Georgia 30309. I am the developer that purchased the property in 2017. We were furnished with the staff report and we have no objections, but we are happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Let me see, Director Chrisselman, your hand is still raised. Do you have a question? Okay.
Madam Chair, I do see that Mogion Engineering, that would be Kent Hotzenpiller, had his hand raised as well.
Okay, why don't we go ahead, if you would like to address the commission, go ahead and state your name and address. And then I'll reach out to the commissioners to see if they have any questions for the applicant or the applicant's representative.
Kent Hotzenpiller, 411 West Santa Fe. As John just stated, he and I are here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant or the applicant's representative? I am not seeing any. So I am going to go ahead and ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please raise your hand and I will call on you, and comments will be limited. Please state your name and address for the record, and comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Mr. McNeely, if I could please have you time for me again and give me what you did before, a 30-second wind down.
Absolutely.
Okay, and with that, Stephanie Santana.
Yes, hi, good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commission members. My name is Stephanie Santana. I'm a resident at 8389 Vista Peak Way in Rancho the Peaks. I'm a traffic engineer for the City of Flagstaff. My job is to review traffic impact analyses, also known as TIAs, for new developments coming into our city. All developments are required to mitigate their impacts, and the approval for this subdivision included necessary mitigation for traffic improvements, which should not be recited. Improving Roundtree Road was a significant mitigation measure that developer, the county, and the adjacent neighborhoods agreed to many years ago. There's not sufficient documentation available to determine whether appropriate efforts have been taken with the Forest Service, either by the county or by the developer, to obtain an easement. This easement needs to be granted to the county, so the county must provide assistance in this effort. If the easement is in fact not possible, then the county should modify their standards to facilitate improvements to Roundtree Road in its current configuration and width. Such variances are commonly granted when circumstances warrant doing so. You will hear from the developers that they have gone above and beyond in their aspects by building a deep well, providing extra water storage tanks, and providing flood mitigation. These steps addressed community drainage and water issues, but have done nothing to address potential secondary access and traffic issues. These are all different requirements. Yes, they met and exceeded the requirements for water and drainage, but they have not mitigated their traffic impacts. Increasing the intensity of use of the existing roads at Rancho the Peaks will further deteriorate the existing roadway surface, which is already in poor condition. I purchased my lot in 2017 with the understanding that Roundtree Road would be improved as a requirement for Phase 3 development. This made me feel comfortable knowing that the traffic would be distributed between Roundtree and Chimney Springs and that secondary access would be available. Removing this requirement and allowing Phase 3 to move forward would violate this agreement without any concessions given to Phase 1 and 2 homeowners and adjacent homeowners on Roundtree Road. I request that the county deny the removal of the condition to improve Roundtree Road and withdraw the Phase 3 final plat approval to include 20 more lots. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santana. Kathy, I believe Kathy, you know what, on my list, I'm just going to start up at the top. The first person I see is Dawn Meldinger.
Can you hear me? This is Dawn Meidinger.
Yes, Dawn Meidinger. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you. Chair and commissioners, my name is Dawn Meidinger, and my significant other and I have a home at 8341 Vista Peak Way and have owned in Ranch at the Peaks community for 15 years. And on behalf of 13 other lot owners in Ranch at the Peaks and 90% of the homeowners on Roundtree, I urge denial of the developer's request to remove condition 7. Importantly, condition 7 does not include a requirement for paving. You won't see that word there. Nor will you see a requirement that the developer hold the easement or that even an easement be obtained. It's in the alternative, and if possible. There is no justification to throw essentially the baby out with the bathwater relative to some sort of improvement of Roundtree Road. And so this is the third time a request has been made by a project developer to remove this condition. It's been denied on every previous attempt, and it should be denied again. Roundtree provides secondary and emergency access to the northernmost lots in Ranch at the Peaks, and improving it will mitigate the effects of the intensity of use in roads at Ranch at the Peak and on Roundtree. This was a bargain that was made 16 years ago when the owners of Roundtree gave their support for this community to include a waiver of a 2.5 acre minimum lot size down to 2 acres. Those folks and the owners in Ranch at the Peaks are entitled to the benefit of their bargain. After 16 years of this known obligation, we're hearing tonight that the county staff met on site with the Forest Service in August and had some discussion, and then received a 2-sentence email from the Forest Service denying a request to pave and a request for an easement. Again, there are numerous ways to attack this issue, and an easement is only but one, and paving is only another. And to the extent there's really no evidence that the requisite steps were taken here by the county staff and the developer. And if there was more effort than is indicated, then that information should have been made available to the public for review and consideration. We have no way of knowing what discussions have been had with the Forest Service. There's a formal process that's required for the grant of an easement, and it begins with the submittal of an application, formal application. Don't know if that ever occurred. And because this was known about for 16 years, I just think a meeting in August and an email, 2 sentences from the Forest Service are insufficient justification. Also, if the Forest Service's unwillingness is based on the county's insistence that the road right of way be widened to 100 feet as opposed to a lesser 60-foot right of way, then the county staff should modify its standards to give effect to the Board of Supervisors requirements to improve Roundtree, not to pave it, to improve it to county standards. County standards can be modified and variances can be granted when necessary. If not, something else should be done to improve the existing limits of Roundtree Road as a last place accommodation. And finally, we urge that the Phase 3 plat approval be rescinded until these matters can be vetted and addressed. The county staff and the developer knew very well in August that the Forest Service did not support any sort of improvement, yet they went ahead and asked for approval of the preliminary plat or the final plat for Phase 3, knowing that they would post financial assurance that would then essentially be returned to it upon the removal of the condition. To me, this seems to be an end run.
Madam Chair, we've exceeded the 3 minutes. I apologize for not getting the warning to you, but I couldn't fit a word in edgewise. So we've exceeded the 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Meidinger, your time has expired for public comment, but I do believe that you have made your points very clearly.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You bet. Kathy Perkins?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. State your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Perkins. I live at 7970 North Beta Road, which is directly across 180 from Roundtree Road. I don't understand what the problem is with paving Roundtree, since it's the same width as Beta Road, which is paved. And I think that if people were promised that it would be paved, that it seems to me that the developer is trying to sneak around putting up more money to get either a variance or whatever else they have to do to make that happen. My other concern kind of dives in with the last speaker, Don Mittinger, was talking about, and that's regards to traffic, not only in the development, but out on 180 and turning left out of that development onto 180, which is already too busy of a road. So on that respect, I wonder if the developer or Mogollon Engineering can tell me if that issue has been addressed, and if it has, what was the recommended action?
Okay, Ms. Perkins, I'm not going to allow communication, like questions from the public to the applicant or the applicant's representative. This is a time for the public to address the commission, not
okay.
anybody else. Yeah, so I just wanted to explain that to you. So your question has been heard, but we're going to have to leave it at discussion, at commission discussion, or excuse me, public discussion.
Okay, well, then what I would like to do, if possible, is yield the remainder of my time to Dawn Meitinger, if I got her name mispronounced, if I am allowed to do that.
No, we are going to go ahead and move forward. Do you have anything left for your remaining time?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Perkins. Adam Diebel or Dibel?
It's Adam Dibel.
Dibel, yes, please go ahead, state your name, or you've stated your name, address, please, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
I live at 8525 North Chimney Springs Trail. I would argue that I am the most impacted property owner by the subdivision traffic. That said, I support removing the condition requiring paving of Roundtree Road. My home has 100% of the subdivision traffic past it every day. That traffic is growing and very often obnoxious with regards to noise, lights, and use by part-time residents and vacation rental consumers. When the road conditions permit, Taylor Springs traffic also comes by my house. I stand to benefit significantly by having Roundtree Ranch Road paved. I realize, however, that this condition is completely untenable. Many have commented that the developer is simply trying to get out of paying for the roadway. I find that very disrespectful and disingenuous, considering what I've seen for public participation during the last 16 years of being actively engaged with those trying to help develop a path forward. I stand here this evening to say without question, Cygnus has never mentioned in any meeting that I've been present for, and I've been present for a ton of them, that they don't want to pay for this improvement. The developer has, in fact, without question, asked for an attainable path forward. This issue has been an impasse since it was originally approved in 2006. The Board of Supervisors at that time, the Planning and Zoning Commission at that time, and Bill Towler, the manager of the community development at that time, all share blame in approving an untenable condition that included a requirement from approval from the U.S. Forest Service. That approval should have been attained concurrently with the original approval. The county chose at that time not to require a bond for the project to ensure infrastructure completion. The county shares responsibility for this problem. In most recent meetings over the last couple of years, the county has been actively trying to help find a solution to a very complex problem. The way I understand the issue is the U.S. Forest Service will not allow an improvement or an easement on the portion of the roadway that is either adjacent to or travels through the experimental forest. Coconino County will not issue a variance on their road standards, allowing for anything other than a 60-foot wide road easement with a 30-foot road surface. Alternatives including making Roundtree Road a private road and paving it to other than county standards and maintaining the property owners, gaining easement for the residents of Roundtree to meet the county roadway requirements, seeking
Madam Chair,
improvements.
we're at 30 seconds.
Okay,
Surface
Mr.
improvement.
Dibel, 30 seconds to wrap
I'm
up.
trying to finish. Many other ideas over the years have all been proven to be dead-end discussions. With the exception of some other solution provided in a timely manner, I ask that you vote to approve the removal of these conditions so that the development can be completed after 16 agonizing years of meetings, discussions, public hearings, and 4 failed developers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dibel. Adam Hicks. Mr. Hicks, go ahead. State your name and address for the record, please. Mr. Hicks, can you hear me? Mr. Hicks, can you hear me? Mr. Hicks? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to Michael BH.
Hi, this is Mike Ben Horan. Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure can. Go ahead and state your address and
Okay.
your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. It's Michael Ben Horan, and we live at 9150 North Roundtree Road. And I would just start by saying I don't quite understand how the county was persuaded to approve the plat for phase 3 in the first place, because the way I saw condition 7 is that at the time of plat submittal, Roundtree Road would be completed. So I don't quite understand how we got to this point so far without Roundtree being improved. The reason me and my family care so much about the paving of Roundtree Road is mainly that dust and erosion is already a pretty big problem on the road. There's just adding 20 more lots up there. It's just going to make it much, much worse. And I think what this all comes down to is density. And I agree with everything that Dawn said earlier. This is the deal that the original developers and subsequent developers struck when they were able to increase the density of the development significantly in exchange for several conditions that would help lessen the burden of this increased density. And I disagree with what was said earlier. I do think the developer is just trying to avoid paying for the road. I don't think there's any hardship here. This was when this asset, the distressed asset was bought, I'm sure that they were fully aware of the obligations, that they would have to, and that the price that they paid probably reflected the fact that they had to pave this road. I guess that's it. We support the paving of the road, and we would say if they don't pave the road, then they should not be allowed to develop phase 3, and the plat should be rescinded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Craig's iPhone.
Hi, my name's Craig Lerfold, and I reside at 8341 Vista Peak Way. I would firstly like to state that I also don't understand how the plat has been approved to this point. And it seems to be out of order. I would also like to state, I'm not sure if I heard Mr. Short correctly, if he said that he believed half of Roundtree was paved at this point, but I don't believe that to be the case. And also, if it's a concern that cost of maintaining Roundtree Road is one of the issues here, there are tax dollars that support that, and property values will go up, taxes will go up. And I know that, that may not be an exact wash, but that's where our tax dollars will go. So that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mike Furtazzo.
Yes, this is Mike Ferlazzo. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure can. Go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Yes, Mike Ferlazzo, 9200 North Roundtree Road and 9006 Vista Peak Way in the Ranch of the Peaks. I have a letter here that, let's see, we rounded up all the property owners on Roundtree that are affected by the trail. That's 11 properties and 30 individual household members. And then also another, the members, homeowners at Ranch at the Peaks, 11 properties. And so we just composed this letter regarding the trail. And I'll just read that real briefly. As residents or owners of property at Ranch at the Peaks subdivision and those adjacent to the west boundary of the Ranch at the Peaks development, we are opposed to the proposed private trail intended to run through a 50-foot wide easement indicated on the plat for Ranch at the Peaks. Property owners within Ranch at the Peaks development object to this trail because we do not want foot traffic in our backyards. It's a safety and privacy concern and a concern for the value of our property. The proposed trail is not only undesirable but unnecessary as it runs parallel to two existing rural roads, eminently suitable for pedestrian, bicycle, and horse use. These two rural roads, Vista Peak Way and Roundtree Road, serve the same area, beginning at Highway 180 and ending at the National Forest north of our properties. Owners who live along Roundtree Road will be forced to bear the burden of financing the cost of fencing to secure children and animals for foot traffic. The homes along Roundtree Road are designed and built in this location specifically because we desired a private environment. Trail will create unwanted foot, bicycle, horse, ATV, dog, dirt bike traffic in our backyards, undermining the very reason we selected our home sites. Furthermore, the trail will potentially adversely affect our property values and may cause difficulties with resale when that time comes. For the reasons of security, environment, and costs, both the developer and the homeowners, we request that the developer not be required to construct this private trail. After brief discussion that some of us have had with the developer, they appear to agree in maintaining the solitude and beauty of our neighborhoods by negating the requirement of the trail. Furthermore, in the original plat, this private trail was to encircle the entire development of Ranch at the Peaks. In 2016, the homeowners along the east border made this same appeal to have the trail removed before the Board of Supervisors, and they removed the requirement. We simply ask that the county follow the same precedents. I appreciate the time, and I wholeheartedly agree with the reasons that have been stated regarding paving Roundtree Road. It's just a matter of safety and access and keeping the dirt down. They really need to be held to maintain the upgrading of Roundtree to accommodate the new homes they want to build there. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferlazzo. And I will reach out again to Adam Hicks. Adam, I see I see your hand raised and I see you're unmuted. So please address the commission.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, we sure can.
Thank you, and I apologize, new computer. Members of the board, thank you. I appreciate your time. I want to just stress wholeheartedly, and I'm only referring to the paving of Roundtree. I completely agree with Ms. Mettinger's analysis and her comment. I believe that there's been ample opportunity for both the developers, the numerous developers, and the county. To have discovered the fact that the Forest Service was opposed to this. I don't know that the one member of the Forest Service that was at the in-person meeting on Roundtree is a person that would make that decision. I would ask that the commission require the developer to go back to the Forest Service and follow the proper procedures in obtaining either a denial or approval for that easement. If they are denied, I believe that the county should, in good faith, in error, go ahead and allow the paving of the existing road in the condition it's in. I purchased my property at 9279 Ranch at the Peaks Way with the understanding that that road was going to be paved. That was part of my contract with the developer. That is now trying to be violated, and it's injurious to the property value of my home. I would be in opposition of the final approval of the Phase 3 plat, and I would appreciate the board, the commission's support in this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to ask everyone to please mute.
I don't know how to raise my hand.
Okay, are you Mike Hansen?
I am Mike Hansen.
Okay, yeah, Mike, if you would like to address the commission, please state your name and address for the record, and your 3 minutes will begin.
So my name is Mike Hansen. I'm lot 3, 8637 Ranch at the Peaks Way. I must say that not paving Roundtree, I'm against that. That was part of the original plan. as far as the walkway goes, although I built my house to respect that easement, and I had to go through some hard things to make sure that I kept that easement, I want that easement to go away. I don't want that walkway there anymore, and I don't think anybody else does either. It takes up a huge chunk of all our properties that we're not supposed to do anything with. And for the road, I bought the place as well with my understanding that that road was going to be paved so that everybody doesn't drive past my house, because they all want to drive on the paved road to get to their house. As far as the trees not getting cut down, or the forestry worried about the trees getting cut down, or whatever it is, they have a one sentence line saying they just don't want to do it, doesn't cut it. There should be more documentation somewhere telling us more of their reasoning and all the studies they did, but it does appear that diligence has not been done. I would appreciate that, and I would like to help if I can. And I'll end my time right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hanson. I am, okay, Wayne House. Wayne House, we are unable to hear you. Okay, I'm not sure if you wanted to address the commission. Okay, Wayne House, if you can hear me, this is Chair Ontiveros. State your name and address for the record, please. Okay, Mr. House, we cannot hear you. There's something going on, and your words are coming through like very jumbled. I'm sorry, we still cannot hear you. I do not have a suggestion. Does staff have a suggestion how we might be able to clarify this with Mr. House?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if he exits the meeting and tries coming back in, it's probably a microphone setting. But yeah,
Okay.
obviously his microphone setting is not correct. If he exits the meeting and tries to rejoin, that may help the problem.
Okay, Mr. House, if you can hear me, I think that's what he did, because it looks like he's gone. So let's give him some time to get back on. And I'm looking to see if there is anybody else while we're waiting for him, and I'm not seeing any. So it looks like he may be our final person from the public.
Hello, this is Nancy Benet. I raised my hand. I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see you're showing up as Judy.
Yes.
Yeah, if you would please state your name and address for the record, and then go ahead, please.
My name is Nancy Benet. I live at 8750 Roundtree Road. And I have a couple of comments agreeing that Roundtree is not paved halfway. It's not even paved a quarter of the way. And the photo that you have on the screen of Roundtree is on a very, very good day. The road gets a lot of ruts, a lot of potholes. It is not built for heavy equipment. During the summer, this last summer, when the developer was putting in water lines, they're not supposed to use Roundtree Road for construction equipment. And big heavy trucks came barreling up and down the road all summer long, raising clouds and clouds of dust. The dust is the issue. The road is dirt. It gets graded by the county. It is not gravel. It needs to be improved in some way to abate the dust. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to see if Wayne okay, Wayne, this is Chair Ontiveros. If you can hear me, it looks like you've unmuted. Try and address the commission again, please.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Oh,
you very
okay.
well now. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
My name is Wayne House. I live at 7223 Penny Lane, which is a cul-de-sac off of Vista Peak Way in Ranch at the Peaks. And mostly I wanted to comment on the trail easement and the improving of that trail. And it is indeed a private trail. And one of the issues with that, if it is so improved, it will be improved to FUTS standards. It would be a 10-foot wide gravel pathway, essentially. And I don't think that there would be any possibility of policing who would use that trail. It would be open to ATVs, to motorbikes, even pickup trucks. So the nuisance aspect is substantial. Also, the easement crosses an earth tank on our property. We actually own 2 lots along the western boundary. When full, the water in these tanks extends entirely across the trail easements, which poses a substantial hazard to use of such a trail. There will be liability issues and maintenance issues for the HOA, and a consequent possible increase, substantial increase in HOA fees. With regard to the paving of Roundtree, I would substantially agree with Adam Dybel's comments. Part of the difficulty is the county road standards. A 60-foot wide easement with 30-foot pavement is going to very much impact the ponderosas along either edge of that roadway, that easement. And I'm not surprised that the Forest Service refuses to pave it. I do have to wonder if there could be a possibility of simply putting down asphalt millings along there and calling it good, as is done at the end of Roundtree there adjacent to Highway 180. So those are all of my comments, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. House, and I'm glad we were able to figure out you were able to figure out the technical issue so you could get your thoughts on record. I'm going to reach out again and ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission. I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to close it to public comment, and I'm going to open the commission discussion. Commissioner Burton.
Well, this one is definitely an interesting case. I am in support of removing the requirement for the trail. I don't see a problem with that. Sounds like none of the people who live there want it. So I don't have any objections to that. It's hard to speak on the Roundtree paving issue because you've got basically the owner of the road saying, no, you can't do anything. Although I don't think it's out of line for the residents to ask for a little more written information from the Forest Service. So for now, those are my thoughts on the subject.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, would I be able to, I wanted to make some clarifications before you moved on to the commission. I apologize for interrupting the commission, but I think
no, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I think if you've got comments that would be helpful, that you should go for it.
Yes, I think it'd be important at this point. I first want to address the questions about being able to final plat a subdivision prior to improvements being made. And in the subdivision ordinance, it does indicate that you can either make the improvements, you can construct, for example, Roundtree Road, the paving here, or you can bond for improvements. So the applicant did both of those things. I mean, did those things for both the trail and for Roundtree Road. They were able to get final plat for phase 2 by bonding for the trail. They were able to get final plat for phase 3 by bonding for Roundtree Road. And these are significant bonds. I don't think it's appropriate to talk about the amounts, but they are significant numbers in terms of the bonding amount. And on the second item, with the confusion over whether or not the appropriate steps are taken from the Forest Service, obviously someone from the Forest Service, a person that was able to make that decision, indicated to us that they would not approve of any kind of easement or pavement of Roundtree Road. However, in terms of the process, we do have County Attorney Representative Aaron Lumpkin here, and he can make some comments on that in terms of the legalities of that to clear up some confusion on that, I think.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Short. Before we do that, I do see Director Chrisselman's hand raised. Please go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you, and commissioners, good evening. So there's a little bit more context with regards to the Forest Service input. I think that would help the community here. So very unfortunately, the original developer and subsequent developers never contacted the Forest Service. So these were conditions that were put into place without the Forest Service knowledge. So when we met with the program manager from the Forest Service, her comment was, what is the deal with Roundtree Road here? I'm getting some emails, and our response was, well, you're not aware of these conditions. And she said, no, the Forest Service had never been contacted. That's unfortunate. It wasn't until staff got involved at this level to see what other potential improvements could be approved for Roundtree. So ultimately, what the program manager had told us was that unless the county took the easement, there would be no easement granted. The county will not take the easement because now the county is obligated for whatever maintenance of those improvements would be. The county does not want to take any more roads into the inventory, and it's been that way for several years. We don't have the funds to maintain additional roads, only the ones that are currently in the inventory. This is called a Schedule A road. This is a program that was established between the county and the Forest Service many years ago. Schedule A roads are owned by the Forest Service. No easements exist on them, and the county maintains them with regards to blading and snow removal. I don't think there are any Schedule A roads in the county inventory that are paved. There's a very small portion, I think it's about a quarter maybe, of Roundtree that is paved. The county is obligated to maintain that, nothing more. So I hope that clarifies sort of the history that we found out from the Forest Service of where we're at today.
Thank you, Mr. Christland. That is very helpful information. I'm going to ask if the county attorney, if Mr. Lumpkin would like to add anything, and that's just based on Mr. Short's kind of direction. If you don't, feel free.
Madam Chair, Deputy County Attorney Aaron Lumpkin here. Yeah, my office is in large part in agreement with what Mr. Christman has said, as well as comments from other members of the commission, that the Roundtree Road itself is owned by the U.S. Forest Service. And due to the Schedule A maintenance agreement that the county has maintained with the Forest Service, we do enjoy certain rights to maintain, to blade, grade, and other things. But just by just by issue of having that level of rights does not mean that the county has then been granted the ability to do with the road as it pleases. So granting a variance or amending the county's road condition requirements would not then allow the county to go in and pave the road on its own accord. It still is within the possession of the U.S. Forest Service. They can exclude use and accessibility as they see fit. And it is unfortunate that at a prior time, earlier developers made that and agreed to that as being a condition of approval. And it's unfortunate that those representations were made to individuals that purchased lots there, but it's not within the county's power to then go in and make up for false promises made by prior developers. We don't have the power to go in and grade or do any sort of paving that would meet the requirements of what that original condition was.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That is also very helpful. Commissioner Clifford?
Well, now hearing from our attorney, I can approve eliminating the path. No one wants it. That's pretty much a given. The road, being that it is a Forest Service road with the way the county has the maintenance on it, our hands are tied on it also. It's not owned by the county. It's not owned by the developer. It's owned by the Forest Service, by the government, and it's their call on what happens to it. So there's not much that we can do on the paving for it. So I don't know what else I can say on that, but it, at the time that it was put in here, obviously I was not a commissioner, and I don't know how many of the other commissioners on were part of that, but you know, I don't think there's anything we can do on the paving for that, except for strike it out of there because it is a Forest Service property.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Clifford. Commissioner Ruggles?
Okay, I appreciate the input from council on this. It really confirms my point of view. And it comes back to what Mr. Diebel said. We're in a position where, as Commissioner Clifford has said, our hands are tied literally. And keeping the requirement for paving the road, in my book, is tantamount to attempting to squeeze blood out of a rock. We have no control over that. The property, the road belongs to the US government in the form of the Forest Service. They have the ability to make the final decision on what is going to be done or not be done with that road. And we have to live with that. Again, the county is not in a position where it can right something that was done by the original developer without even consulting with the Forest Service. So that's it as far as I'm concerned right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Williams?
Along with everybody, I concur with getting rid of condition 18 of the trail that no one wants. And as far as the road, I mean, it's unfortunate that it slipped through the cracks. You know, how many developers, 3 developers now, that it wasn't picked up. The fact wasn't picked up that nobody actually had ever talked to the Forest Service, which is amazing. But that's what happened. And so I think now it's at a point where it's not possible. The county can't take it on, and the Forest Service doesn't want to grant an easement. And I just don't really see a way to right something that was wrong in the first place. So that's where I stand.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Best? You know what, Commissioner Best, hold on one second. Director Chriselman, your hand is raised again.
Yep, Madam Chair and Commissioner, sorry about that. I apologize for interjecting again. I just
You're
wanted
fine.
to, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the commission and the community knows that it isn't just the developers, previous developers that let something slip through the crack, but staff and previous staff did as well. So when we inherited this subdivision, our current group, we've been working through this for a long time. I'm not going to cast any ill will on previous staff, but there should have been more communication with the Forest Service. That's very standard practice nowadays. And we assumed that there was already discussion with the Forest Service when we found that there was not. So I just wanted to make sure that commission knows the staff has some culpability as well.
And I want to say that's what I meant when I said that.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, okay, thank both of you. Commissioner Best?
Well, since I came on the commission in 2005, I guess I'm going to have to fix this somehow. I must have approved this years and years ago. And somebody mentioned asphalt millings, and I'm a big fan of asphalt millings. They're obviously cheaper than paving, and residents have pointed out that the dust is really what is untenable. And a good layer of asphalt millings will take care of that. The county is already maintaining the road, and I would assume would have some authority, ability to put down some gravel once in a while. Is that true, staff? I mean, are you only allowed to blade, or can you put down material?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is Jay again. Commissioner Best, from what our understanding is that any improvements would be, the county would be required to establish the easement, which the county doesn't want to do. And this isn't just for Roundtree, this is for any new road within the county. So any improvements whatsoever would be prohibited per the Forest Service program manager unless the county took the easement. I hope that answers your question.
But on the other hand, the county made the mistake, as well as the developers. So I think one way or another, we need to make this right. And I think just walking away and leaving a dusty mess for these folks to live with is not appropriate. I think we're all sort of, we all got our hands in this. Certainly the county years ago should have done a little more homework. And I guess I should have done it too. Is there no creative solution that we can come up with? Can we make an exception? How long is this thing? Quarter of a mile? Could we do some compromise where the county agreed to maintain an asphalt millings road here? Is there no, can we come up with some creative solution? And by the way, of course, we should get rid of the trail. And so right away, getting rid of the trail, that helps the developer. Maybe, and it seems like if the county and the developer got together and just sat down and decided to solve this problem, some compromise could be made. I don't know what it is. So I would just challenge staff. What compromise could we make to at least eliminate the dust and to improve this road? Maybe not to county standards, but an improvement.
Commissioner Best, our council would like to address us. Mr. Lumpkin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to quickly address this issue of possible remedies to correct the situation. So I agree that it is unfortunate, but I would advise the commission that this isn't the venue where, and this isn't the means in which the county has vested authority in the commission to bind the county to take action for public good. There's prescribed methods for that, we have a public works division, the board of supervisors. There's other avenues in which these kinds of decisions about county road maintenance are taken. The question before the commission now is whether or not it has received enough information and it's convinced in its mind findings can be made to amend the plat and remove the condition as is. It's not within the commission's purview to then try and find some way to bind the county into taking additional measures. These are measures that are in place and imposed upon the applicant themselves, not upon the county. So I would just ask the commission to consider the conditions as they apply to the applicant and whether or not they believe the required findings of fact have been presented to them to either remove the condition or deny the application for that removal.
Would it be appropriate for us to, it seems like we are going to approve the trail removal. Would it be appropriate legal for us to continue the other element?
The commission can take a vote on that. I see no legal hurdle to the commission at this time deciding on one issue and seeking out additional information on another.
Thank you. And
Commissioner
in that case,
Best, yeah,
that's what I would want to do.
okay, but Commissioner Best, this is Chair Ontiveros, to what end? Like, if we continue it, state the purpose for continuing it.
Exactly what I just said. Find some compromise. We are between a rock and a hard place, but people of goodwill can figure out solutions to problems if we could at least just lay some asphalt millings on there. I don't know, but I think it's worth it to these folks who've been waiting 16 years and living with this dust. I think it's appropriate to give it a shot, and maybe we don't get a perfect solution. I don't see any downside to giving it another month or 2 months. The project is already bonded. The developer will be able to move forward with his projects. The money will sit there, and maybe some compromise can be dreamed up. Maybe some of the, as council says, I'm not supposed to sit here and do it. I'm just saying that I think for the continuance, there's a chance there, and I don't see any downside to a continuance. It's not going to stop anybody from doing anything. Just give us a little more time to see if we could be a little more creative.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best. This is Chair Ontiveros. And actually, Mr. Lumpkin, please go ahead and address the commission. Your hand's raised, so I'm thinking you want to.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That is, I'm more accustomed to Microsoft Teams where the hand just goes away. All right,
Okay.
yeah, sorry, lowering my hand now.
Okay, no, you're fine. Thank you. Okay, again, this is Chair Ontiveros, and this is a mess. Okay, I'm just going to put it out there that this is a mess. And it's a decades old mess. It's actually longer than decades old, and it has, for whatever reason, it has ended up here tonight with the mess that it is. Now, I completely understand the frustration of the residents. I absolutely do. Then on the other hand, we as commissioners, this road belongs to the United States Forest Service. Our hands are tied. I don't see as a commission that we, by continuing this, I don't see that we can basically demand that the Forest Service or the county or the developer, this commission cannot force them to do it as we were just counseled by Mr. Lumpkin. So I don't see that continuing this is going to do any good, because I think we're going to come back in whatever length of time, and we're still going to be here because this commission lacks the authority to tell Coconino County what they're going to do, to tell the U.S. Forest Service what they're going to do. This is just a really unfortunate situation. But I think that the time has come that we're going to have to move forward on this. There just is not an answer that this commission can solve. If there is a commissioner that has an idea based on Mr. Lumpkin's, our council's direction, this is the time to let us know, because I just don't think, I think we need to move forward with it. And I actually think that we lost, to complicate things further, I think we lost Commissioner Burton. We did lose Commissioner Burton. So now we don't even have.
I'm back.
You're here. Okay.
It took me a while, but I'm back. I don't know what happened, but my internet dropped completely. So, but I'm back online.
Okay, good. I see you. I see you now. Okay. I think we're in the position tonight, based on Mr. Lumpkin, on our council's advice. This commission does not have the power to remedy. So with that, I will accept a motion in a second.
Well, Madam Chair, will you accept a motion to continue? I don't interpret what Mr. Lumpkin said, and he can speak for himself. I don't see a downside to a continuance on the road issue.
Okay, and tell
me,
me,
we're going to solve it, but giving it another month for other people to solve it, I don't see a downside. It doesn't stop anybody from doing anything, really.
But what I'm saying is that this commission, okay, so we can continue it, but we can't direct anyone. We can't direct the Forest Service to do anything. We can't direct anyone to fix this.
Well, we can say that we would like the parties involved to take another month or two and see if there's some way that creative human beings can figure out to mitigate the pain that this dirt road is causing to the folks who live next to it. And maybe there isn't. And then in 2 months, we come back and say, hey, didn't work. But there's no downside. It doesn't stop anybody from doing anything. It just gives everybody a little more time. And, you know, at least it would assure the homeowners who are really the folks that we work for, that everything has been done that could be done. And obviously over 16 years, you know, I think we all made a mistake 16 years ago. I made a mistake 16 years ago. And these folks are suffering for it. I'd like to make sure that every rock is turned over to try to find a way to at least mitigate this. I mean, there are things you can spray on roads that are organic. There are all kinds of things that could be done. And I don't see a downside to just giving it a little more time. I would make a motion that we continue I don't have the numbers in front of me, but that we approve elimination of the trail and we continue the road issue.
I would second that.
Okay, so at this
I
point,
think Mr. Short would like to say something.
okay, yeah, Mr. Short, if you could, please.
Madam Chair, if the commission would like to continue the case, I would like, staff would like some clear direction as to what you would like us to do, because I would not at this point know what the continuance is for, what additional information the commission would like. What kind of direction do you have for staff if you would like to continue the case?
Okay, and Mr. Short, that's what I was getting at is I don't understand, because this commission cannot tell the governments what to do here. Mr. Krisselman?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you. I'm glad that Bob brought up that point, because let's say the hypothetical was that the Forest Service says, okay, you can do a one-time application of millings, for example, and this is just a hypothetical situation. Without accepting an easement, which again, the county won't do, there will be no maintenance of whatever that improvement becomes. So, you know, I'm sort of speaking on behalf of the Public Works Director and the county engineer, Christopher Tressler, but we've been through this before. So whatever application of a improvement hypothetically went down on Roundtree Road, there would be zero maintenance of it. We would just keep blading the road, thus possibly ruining millings and plowing the road. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that unless the county takes an easement, which we will not, there's going to be no maintenance. I hope that helps clarify and continue what Bob said.
Can I add my 2 cents to that opinion?
Yeah, please do, Commissioner Burton.
There is a Forest Service road near me that was paved at one time, and it is now in worse condition than any dirt road I will ever drive on, because half of that paving is gone. The ruts require an SUV to get over it because of the clearance issues. So I'm gonna follow along with Jay there, and if there's no maintenance done after the fact, I mean, you could be asking for a world of hurt down the road. So that's what I just wanted to add there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're now working on doing exactly what Mr. Lumpkin said not to do, and I'm happy to jump in and do it because I love this stuff. Take the applicant's money, give it to the homeowners association, have them give it to the county every 2 years to keep up the asphalt millings, or put down a spray every 2 times a summer to mitigate the dust. There's money here in the bank. We're not supposed to be doing this, but
I know.
there are ways to get this done.
Yeah, Commissioner Best, we're not supposed to be doing this.
Exactly, but
we're not.
But there's no downside to taking a month or two to see if the folks sit down with a bunch of neighbors. They'll come up with some ideas. The county staff, the neighbors, and the applicant coming together as good-hearted people fix the problem.
Okay, we've had a representative from the county. See, I'm really, what I'm addressing here is I understand the frustration. What I'm trying to address here is the way to go forward, and this commission's hands are tied. You've heard the representatives, we've heard from Director Krisselman. The county is not going to accept this road. It's not going to happen. The Forest Service has told him, you're not going to pave it. I mean, there's nothing we can do. Like we could continue this 6 months and there's nothing that we can do. We're not going to the county is not going to accept it. This commission cannot tell them to accept it. And the Forest Service, it's their road. And they're saying, you're not going to pave it. But I would like to hear, I do see Commissioner Clifford's hand and Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Clifford, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know who you were going to ask for first.
Yeah.
Saad, I think you hit the nail on the head. I would deny this. Let the homeowners association start the paperwork with the Forest Service and see if they can go somewhere, because our hands are tied. we can't do anything with the Forest Service on this. We're already maintaining the road through the county, through county public works. For what we can do. If the homeowners association of the development can do something better, then let them do it. And if it's bringing up to county standards, whatever it is, let them pay for it, not coming out of county funds. That's just my opinion on that.
Aren't we doing what our council told us not to do?
Yes, we are, exactly. And that's why I suggest we continue. I think that people, if everybody got together, we might be able to figure out a solution, and there's simply no downside to taking the time to do it. There's no downside.
Okay,
So-
Commissioner Williams?
I just had a question. Can the Board of Supervisors make any sort of suggestion or determination on taking this road on as an easement, giving direction to Public Works? I guess that's a good question for Jay, maybe. I mean, I don't know if they have the authority to say, to look at it and go, this is really unusual, so we're gonna give the direction to take that easement on. I don't know. So that's my question.
Director Chris, do you know?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Williams, thank you. So I'll defer to Aaron Lumpkin, our attorney, but going back to what he originally said, the hearing is to remove or not to remove a condition of a previous approval. So I'm not sure if the Board of Supervisors has that unilateral ability or not, but I'll defer to council. Thank you.
Aaron, Deputy County Attorney Aaron Lumpkin. Again, just reiterating the prior point that these are all possible solutions, but the Planning and Zoning Commission's powers here, this isn't the realm in which those solutions manifest and find themselves to be enacted into the public. That could find its way in many other sorts of actions taken either by approaching the Board of Supervisors, by initiating other sorts of community development interests. But I don't see a path forward for, say, the commission tonight to say something moving forward to the Board of Supervisors. We encourage you, or we want you to accept this easement. We're already stepping out on a limb there, assuming that the Forest Service is going to grant an easement, which they've indicated that they will not. I just have to reiterate my position that the question before the commission tonight is whether or not they believe that they have found the required findings of facts to grant the applicant's request to remove the condition or not, or in the alternative, as Commissioner Best has suggested, ask for a continuance or to continue the matter to see if some other sort of creative solution can be devised by the applicants. But if we're going to do a continuance, it's not this commission's power at that point to say, we'll give a continuance and do this, or make this happen, or we're going to bind the Board of Supervisors to accept an easement if you're able to obtain one. This is bringing in responsibilities and obligations from the Board of Supervisors, from other county departments that this commission doesn't have the power to do. It'd be tantamount, any agreement to have the county pave the road would be tantamount to this commission contracting for public works to maintain a road. And it's just not something that has the power to do. And it's also outside the scope of the decision-making process that is given to the commission in this instance. So I'd have to redirect the commission to make a decision about whether or not it wants to continue and ask applicants and staff, just for the sake of a thought experiment, to try and consider some different creative way to solve this problem, or the commission needs to move forward with deciding whether or not it believes that it has the requisite findings presented to it.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin. Mr. Short?
Yes, I would just like to, kind of make sure the commission understands that this is a request from the applicant. The request is been, clearly stated. And the job of the commission is to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors whether or not to grant the request. And certainly you can make changes to the request if you would like. But as it goes forward to the board, then the board makes the ultimate decision on this. The board may, maybe beyond the scope of this case, decide to direct the Department of Public Works to, do something alternatively with this roadway. But at this point, when we met with the Forest Service on site, they indicated clearly that they would not grant an easement. They would not. We brought up the subject of millings because that's what the first part of the road is paved with. The Forest Service indicated they would not accept it being paved with millings. They basically wouldn't accept anything. So at this point, if the commission does, like I've said before, and I'm sorry to reiterate this, but if the commission does want to continue this, staff would like to have clear direction as to what the continuous is about, what is expected from staff if we are to move this forward, move it forward to another hearing. What are you asking us to do? Because staff at this point, I'm not clear as what you're asking with the continuance, what the additional information you would like is.
Okay, Commissioner Best, your hand's raised. Go ahead.
So are we advisory to the supervisors on this case? Is this going to the supervisors without an appeal?
Commissioner Best, yes, this is actually going to the supervisors. The recommendation that the commission makes tonight will go to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, well, the council has clearly told us that we can't do what you're asking us to do. We can't solve the problem here. All we can do is give time for others to come forward. There's a lot of people in the room right here, and some of them are highly motivated. And I will say again, for the 10th time, I don't see a downside to giving it another month, seeing what solutions might come up. Then it could come back to us. Maybe we approve it, maybe we deny it, then it goes to the supervisors, but at least that we know that we have plumbed the bottom of this well and tried everything we can to fix something that is really a problem created by, among other people, planning and zoning commissioners and county staff. And I just don't see a downside to continuing, and that's where I stand. But we can't answer the question. The council's told us we can't solve the problem technically in this venue. All we can do is give it a little more time and then pass it on to the supervisors. Maybe if this group shows up with the supervisors, they have the power to do things we don't.
Mr. Short, this is Chair Ontiveros, and I would just like you to explain to the commission, if we deny the applicant's request to remove the requirement to pave Roundtree Road, what effect will that have on the development?
Madam Chair, it appears like you would recommend one request and deny the other. That would simply go to the Board of Supervisors, and they would take that recommendation on advisement as they saw the case.
Well, no, I'm just wondering what would, like, practically, what would this mean for the development there? Because the Forest Service isn't going to let them pave it. The county isn't going to accept it. And so if the commission says, well, we're still going to we know you can't do it, but we're not going to remove that condition. What practical effect would it have on this development? Would it prohibit him from being able to build out the other 20 lots?
Madam Chair, so in this case, on September 13th, 2022, just last month, the Board of Supervisors approved final plat for phase 3 of the subdivision. And as I said before, the subdivision ordinance allows a developer to either complete an improvement or to bond for that improvement. In this case, the applicant bonded for that improvement. So there is a significant amount of money sitting there in the bond that the developer would get back if this condition was removed. All right, if the commission, the commission can make a recommendation that going forward, that the Board of Supervisors deny the removal of the condition to pave Roundtree Road. If the board decided that they would accept that and deny it, I don't know where we go from there, because the Forest Service has already said, we will not allow you to get an easement or pave the road. So the Forest Service is saying we will not allow you to complete that condition. So at that point, I really don't, I don't see another choice in the matter. The lots are already, when you do a final plat, the lots are on the ground, the lots have been established. Once and that has been recorded at this point. So there are lots there. I don't know what I don't see any other choice but to remove the condition, because the Forest Service will not allow the developer to complete that condition under any circumstances.
Right. And thank you, because I wanted to, because there has been a lot of talk and I wanted to come back to that clarity, which is the developer would pave the road. He's like bonded for it. I'm going to pave it. I'm going to do it. Let's do this. And the Forest Service says, not going to happen. Not going to happen. So I do not see any, it's a mess and I get it, but I just do not see how a continuance is going to help. I don't see, because we cannot force the Forest Service to allow this developer to pave that road. Commissioner Williams? Commissioner Williams, your hand is raised.
Oh, sorry. So we get rid of the trail, but if we don't modify number 7 and still require the developer to pave the road, even though we know at this point they cannot, and it goes to the supervisor, then would that in essence put that in their lap to make that determination, because they're the only ones that actually have the power to do anything about it, if there is anything to do about it?
That is correct, Commissioner Williams. The commission simply makes a recommendation to the board. And of course, that carries a lot of weight, since you are the land use commission, you make land use decisions. But the board makes the ultimate decision, so they can decide whether to accept that or not. And I've explained what happens if they don't, if they don't remove that condition to pave Roundtree Road. I'm not sure how the developer can complete that condition if the Forest Service has indicated, as the property owners indicated, they would not allow that to happen.
But can the supervisors make a determination to try to fix it, since they are the only ones that possibly have any power to do anything?
But they can't they can't make the Forest Service, like the road belongs to the Forest Service.
That's correct. So they could, I mean, in the context of this particular case, right now, before the commission has before them a request from the applicant. Remove the requirement to build the trail, remove the requirement to pave the road. And that request would go forward, you know, the recommendation from the commission goes forward to the board, and then they can make a decision on that. Now, it would probably be easier outside of that context for the board to make a decision and possibly, you know, direct the Public Works Department to make improvements to the road, you know, to, you know, accept an easement. I'm not sure what could happen. But right now, it appears that, well, there is one, you know, there is a case in front of the commission, and, you know, that is, I don't want the commission to lose sight of what the request is at this point. I don't know if there was a continuance for a month. I really don't, I don't see the benefit of that. I don't know what the staff or the developer, you know, can change in terms of what the Forest Service has said in a month. I don't see any kind of benefit to put off the case for a month.
And, you know, okay, this is Chair Ontiveros. We have to go, this commission has to move forward on the information that we have been provided, okay? And we have an applicant that is saying, can we please have this condition removed? Because the Forest Service will not allow us to pave it. I find that there is sufficient information that has been presented to this commission tonight to actually grant the applicant's request. And what I mean by that, maybe I'm simplifying it too much, but here's the deal. The applicant is saying, will you please remove that request, because there is no possible way that we can do it. And so I find that this commission does have sufficient evidence or sufficient information here tonight to move forward. We've got to remember what we're doing here. We're dealing with a request to remove the condition. The applicant has said, can I please remove this condition because it's not possible for me to fulfill the condition. And they have provided evidence of that by, and that evidence is that it's a Forest Service road, and the Forest Service has said, you're not going to pave it. Ain't gonna happen. So I'm not sure what more this commission needs. Commissioner Ruggles?
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. I have to agree with your assessment. We're literally in a position where the Forest Service has said you can't do it. You cannot get an easement. You cannot do an improvement. And I think back to what Commissioner Burton said about the road that she was mentioning. And I have some experience with something like asphalt, maybe millings for road use. And the road that you will get with no maintenance in a case like that is going to be worse than what you have with a road maintained, a gravel road maintained by Public Works. I've spent a lot of time on back roads in this state, and there are some places where asphalt has been laid down, say going up to and out beyond cattle guards, drainage. I know what that looks like after the years. And I've been out there looking at this stuff for over 50 years now. So what Commissioner Burton said about maintenance and lack thereof, and what happens after a period of time is quite pertinent. And with respect to that, I think you can make an improvement, but if you can't maintain it, then it's going to be far worse than what you have now.
And it really comes back to just to bring the commission back to what we're doing tonight. What we have before us is a request by an applicant that is asking for the condition to pave Roundtree Road, to have it removed, and they're providing a reason for their request because the Forest Service will not allow us to do it. They're not coming in, they're not giving excuses as to any other reason. They're just saying, please remove this because we cannot fulfill it. We can't do it. You've given us a condition. There is a condition here, and the Forest Service will not allow it to happen. And that's why we've got to stay focused on what is in front of us. So if you go through the staff analysis here, like I can move forward on this case because if I can read the staff analysis that is found on page 6 of the staff report. And that to me is reason to grant this request. So I have enough information in front of me to move forward with the motion to approve this. Commissioner Ruggles?
I would have to agree with you completely on that.
Okay, I think what we're gonna have to do here is let's someone make a motion. Let's see if we've got a second. We'll take a vote and we'll see where it goes.
We have a motion for a continuance in a second already. We need to take care of that first.
Okay, on the motion to continue, right, we had the motion to continue was made by Commissioner Best, right? Commissioner Clifford?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Sorry,
I was
couldn't
trying to
unmute that.
remember. I couldn't remember.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got
Yes,
a
and Commissioner Williamson seconded.
second.
Yeah.
Okay, so for
And
clarification.
the motion, Madam Chair, the motion was to, I think, approve number 18. Is that the trail? I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm sorry.
Yes, number 7 is the one to remove the
The road.
condition to pave, okay?
Yeah.
And number 18 is striking that to get rid of the trail. So yes, you're correct on that,
So,
Commissioner
so
Best.
my motion was to approve number 18
Okay,
and to continue number 7.
okay.
And
And we had a second by Commissioner Williams. So I'm just going to restate that. We had a motion by Commissioner Best to approve condition 18, that it be struck through so no trail will be constructed, and that we continue number 7 and that's the applicant's request to remove the condition to pave Roundtree. Their second was made by Commissioner Williams. So all of those in favor of this motion, please say aye. Commissioner Burton,
Nay.
Commissioner Clifford,
No.
Commissioner Ruggles,
Nay.
Commissioner Williams,
come on.
Aye.
okay, so we've got an aye. Okay, Commissioner Best,
Aye.
and this is Chair Ontiveros, and I vote nay. So that motion fails. There were 4 nays and 2 ayes. So now we can move forward with the new motion, with another motion.
Okay, I'll move that we make a recommendation of approval for SUB 22-037 to the Board of Supervisors.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Burton and a second by Commissioner Ruggles to recommend approval of the applicant's request, specifically number 7, that the condition to pave Roundtree be removed, and 18, that the trail not be constructed. All of those in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Best,
Nay.
and Chair Ontiveros, I vote aye. So the motion does pass 5-1 with Commissioner Best not voting in favor of it. So, but the motion does pass. So the last item on the agenda tonight is a call to the public for items not on the agenda. Is there anyone that wishes to address the commission this evening for items not on the agenda? And I'm not seeing any. So with that, my clock shows 9:25 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Thank you, Madam
Good
Chair.
night.
Thank you, commissioners.
Good
Thank
night,
you,
all.
Madam Chair.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.